You've received a new quest card.
Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. How's it going? Okay, so I have to ask, guys, that we don't spam Ada tonight. Because even though I don't think Ada shows up in Gigi's chat, you guys' commands will show up in Gigi's chat. So let's not, like... You can still participate, you can still do quests, you can still shop, but let's just not, like... Let's just not go crazy tonight. If that's cool with all of you guys. Ada shows in Gigi's chat? Does it really? It doesn't show that it's showing. In Stream Together, it doesn't show that it's showing in her chat. That's weird. No, it doesn't. Oh yeah, it does. Okay. Healing everybody? Yeah, so maybe we won't tonight. Maybe we'll just do regular quests, but... I was hoping it wouldn't. Because, like, Frosty doesn't. So that's unfortunate.
Don't linger.
That's unfortunate.
Hello?
Yeah. So we won't be spammy tonight. Hello?
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 Oh my god, Bestie.
Oh my god, Bestie, it's been so long.
So long, I missed you.
I miss you so much.
I'm so glad you feel better.
I feel so much better. I feel like a whole new woman.
good. A whole new you.
What is this dirty spot on the floor? Can I clean it?
Is it dirt? Oh, does fucking... Okay. Will, you got some shit to say to me? Oh. Did you put a helmet on him?
I did.
Okay.
So we don't have to look at him.
Wow. Okay, bye. I'm not having the same fucking conversation. Oh my god. It's gonna kill me.
Don't forget to link up with the Carlac.
Oh, thank I had forgotten. Okay, what are we doing?
We have so much to do.
I know. Are we still just wandering? I think we're still just wandering,
I mean,
right?
we're still wandering, but like we have kind of stuff to start doing.
Yeah. We're right around the area. You said that there was like an Astarion quest.
So Astarion's
right?
quest is close by. Gale's quest is close by.
Okay.
We started a new quest right at the very, very, very end, where there's a little girl who's missing.
Right.
Gortash just asked us to kill Orin, basically. Hi, Mir. How's it going?
Hello.
No quests. No, you can do quests, but I think quests should be the only thing you guys can do tonight. I don't think that doing any of the shopping and any of the healing and stuff, I think that's too spammy tonight.
Yeah, all of that all of that showed up in my chat. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I was really, really hoping it didn't, but... Yeah, it's a little RPG bot that we've started playing with this week. It's super cute. It's super fun. But,
That's
yeah,
cute.
I can totally get it can be spammy. Yeah, so we can do whatever. We can do Astarion's quest if we want to get it out of the way. We can do whatever.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's go do something productive for a change. I don't know.
Okay, hold on. What is my what is my approval? Happy with and easily convinced, but it's not full, which I was really wishing it was.
Do we need to do some other stuff to...
No, it's at 71. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Oh, there's a pouch. Nope, it's red. I shouldn't
Don't.
steal.
Don't do it. Okay.
What?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
All right. I'm scared. We should probably just not do the quest. Well, don't forget that my bot, like mine, is automatic, and it's going to automatically do quests. So I would have to turn that off. Which I guess I can for the night.
Wait, I changed the article. So it said good shit.
Just 3 times. Only have to say it 3 times.
That's not the article that I put in.
Okay, turn that off for now.
Maybe it is. Maybe I fucked it.
If no one gets healed, we would die. Well, I just like that's what I'm saying. Like you guys are all adults. Like just don't spam it.
Oh shit, that was 4 times, wasn't it? Bollocks.
Or I think Gigi can block Ada.
Scarab, sap, scab. Terrible. Idiot. Fool.
It's weird though because
Title.
Frosty doesn't come up.
Frosty doesn't.
That's weird.
Yeah, but I dared you first, so you have to go.
My fingers were crossed. I'm not going in there and getting swallowed by a devil.
Oh,
I like this man's eyeballs.
You're scared.
Oh.
I don't know. His eyeballs are good colors.
Thinks this absolutist adventurer
You
beat
don't
his
got
goals.
shit.
But that's no reason to gut the rest of the broadsheet.
Do you need spells? I don't want any of this. Got Scroll of Fly, Odaluke's Freezing Sphere, and Polymorph.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Meh.
Eh.
Yeah, but I
Freezing
dared you
Sphere
first,
could be cool
so
for
you
my
have to
build,
go.
but it's not the end of the world. It's fine.
Alright. Where are we going?
Oh, I get it. You're scared.
The gelatinous cube in the alley.
A gelatinous cube in the alley.
Alright, so all of this you gotta let me.
Okay. Yeah. I can do that.
If you don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
Oh wait, hold on.
First,
Or
so
not.
you have to go.
Next door. Yeah, it's supposed to be this. Okay, so you can do this stuff. This stuff's fine.
I get it.
Okay.
But how do I get in here? This way, maybe? It's in this area that's right next to it.
3 times. Only have to say
This is real. A deaf devil skull, by my reckoning.
A deaf devil.
Aw, so still sick?
This artwork is more foul than fine. It fills you with an uncanny sense of dread.
I love an
An
uncanny sense of
sense of dread.
I love an uncanny sense of dread.
That's curious.
That's curious.
Imitation horns. Barely distinguishable from the real thing.
I'm failing all kinds of arcana. Uh-oh. I just heard sounds. A diabolist.
A diabolist.
Something over
This display case doesn't have a red lock on it.
Oh my gosh.
It's just a
She
regular
can't help
lock.
herself.
Lock picking impossible. Okay, well, fine. Fine.
She literally can't help herself, chat.
Listen. Okay.
I welcome thee
Okay.
to the
Oh,
Calm
no.
down.
Definitely something up with this one. Trust me.
Karlak also doesn't like rhyming. Listen.
Well. It's been a while since I've had such discerning custom.
Discerning.
You may browse my more
So this cider I got
curated
is-
selection.
incredible.
What is it?
So it is, I think the brand is Gypsy Circus. And it's apple butter drifter.
Interesting.
It's so good. Oh my gosh.
Apple butter drifter.
Yeah, like you know what apple
got-
butter is, right?
I'ma buy these potions.
Does she have anything
Um,
magical?
Healing. She's got Cloak of the Weave. Gain a +1 bonus to spell save DC and spell attack rolls. Absorb elements. Absorb elemental damage once per
Kinda
short
worth it.
rest.
Yeah, I kinda
Or
want
you want that?
that. Until there's, I want that until something we get later in Act 3. Yeah.
Okay. I just purchased it. It's in my inventory.
Thank you.
That's really good for a druid. Ooh, Gemini gloves. Cantrips targeting foes and allies can target an additional creature.
Ooh, that's actually pretty good too. What is that? Gloves?
Gemini gloves, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if that's better than my.
I mean, but think about for Astarion's Eldritch Blast.
Well, he has Daredevil proximity gloves,
Mm,
which make his ranged spell attacks melee spell attacks.
gotcha.
Hi, Steph. Wait, how is that so late? Oh, because Ellie Cam was on. Hello, Steph. Wake up, she's too pretty to be in bed. Yeah, I don't know why she's super sleepy today.
That's good for sorcerers. Psychic resistance. Light, Circle of Death, Darkness, Dimension Door, Feign Death, Phantasmal Killer,
Are those
Witch Bolt. Spells, yeah.
Hold on. I don't have Feign Death.
Do you want me to get that for you?
Yeah, because that's a good way to to steal from people.
Okay.
Am I on a 10-minute delay? No. So when people turn the Ellie cam on, I learned a couple weeks ago that when people turn Ellie cam on, all of the other like commands and stuff like get paused until Ellie cam's done. And we just learned that, and I don't know how to fix it. So
Oh, I know how to fix it.
do you?
You just unlock it. Yeah. In Mix It Up, you just unlock the command.
It's a channel point. It does
You
the
can
same
still,
thing.
You can still. Yep.
Oh my gosh, I love you so much. Oh my god, I love
It's
you
just a
so
little
much.
toggle.
I love you so much. Oh my
And then
god.
I would. You can also do that with all the other, like, I mean, if you do that, you have to be discerning about what you do that with, because that'll just let things layer on top of it.
Right, that's the only thing that I've had the problem with, because Ellie cam's 5 minutes. So like everything gets paused by 5 minutes.
Gotcha.
But everything else is fine.
Okay.
Don't unpause it, Ellie is so important. Look at it, she's like, what is going on? She's just stuck her head back under. She's like, okay. She's like, this isn't important for me enough for me to be here.
But it doesn't change the Ellie cam at all. It just lets other things happen on top
That's
of it.
what I want. Yeah. But Horseman's saying no. Horseman's saying no. Pause everything because she's the only thing that matters.
Management is not responsible for missing body parts,
When it did, you're
enslaved
like, oh,
loved
damn.
ones, souls,
Yeah.
or ancient world-destroying curses.
10 stream streak. Oh man.
Streak,
oh, and I
streak.
missed that Wolfie's on a 40 stream streak. Look at these streakers.
Streaking. Everybody be
Freaky.
striking.
Oh my
She's the
God.
diva.
Looking
She
at the
is the
painting
diva.
makes you dizzy.
She
feel a
cracks us
dull
up so
pressure
much. When
behind your
she goes
eyes.
downstairs, she just like runs around like a mad woman. It's so funny. It's just like, where is this coming from suddenly?
She crazy.
She's crazy.
Okay, where are we going?
Oh, did you talk to her?
That's where I bought the stuff from.
And she didn't tell you anything or ask you anything or do anything?
No, she's talked to me in rhyme.
Oh, okay. All right, so yeah, let's go.
Oh wait, no, hold on. Now there's a question. The House of Hope. She didn't the first time I talked to
That's
her.
okay. I was like, she's supposed to say something to you.
Mammon's picklock.
Okay, so I bought this like a month and a half ago, and it's been like mostly frozen, and I don't see a Best By date, so I think I can drink it, right?
What is it?
It's like one of those like pre-made coffee drinks, like a
That's
Starbucks
probably
pre-made coffee. It's been
It's
in my
probably-
fridge. Like I want to say it's either it's like got to be like a month old. But it's been
It's
like
probably-
mostly frozen, and I can't see a date anywhere. It says best consume within 7 days of opening.
Yeah, then you're fine.
I hope so, because I don't want to get sick again. I was just really, really sick for a fucking week.
Of course, such a task will require quite the
$20,000.
substantial donation.
Such a task would be tantamount to suicide. Do not even entertain it.
$20,000.
All right, let me get my cup.
Uh-huh. Two 10s, really? Okay, that'll pass it. But 2 10s? Please.
You put me in a difficult position, mortal.
That's me.
You are
I am
almost
mortal.
certain
The
to
mortal.
fail. Almost.
Mortal.
Yeah. See, like
And
the seal
so,
still on it and everything.
There is a chance you
Yeah,
might
you're good.
succeed. Fine. I'd like to be able to carry all of my precious stock
We
without
can
the
just
need
don't
of a
look at
team of
you?
oxen.
Uh-huh.
There are gauntlets
kind
of
of
hill
defeats the
giant
purpose.
strength within the House of Hope. Free passage, and you fetch them for me. Deal?
Sure.
And I definitely won't steal them.
Allow me to outline
And just never
how
come
this is
back.
going to work. First, you were never here. We never
Okay.
spoke.
Okay, Wolfie.
Second, you will perform the rites yourself. I want absolute deniability. Here's the grimoire and necessary
very-
components. Oh, take
It's
this
fine.
key too.
Guess we'll
It
see if I
unlocks the ritual
just
room
die.
upstairs. There's a blood circle already drawn. Don't ask whose blood.
Along
Whose
with
blood?
the grimoire and components, Helsik hands you a note containing precise instructions for performing
Whose
the
blood?
ritual.
Finally,
Blood.
you were never.
Whose blood?
Blood.
That is
Blood.
of utmost import to remember. Now be gone.
Big
That's
on.
right, Shadow. Cool. We got shit to perform a ritual.
Only has to say it 3
Do you want to do that?
Dude, I'm done with whatever. I'm just chilling.
Right, but this is your.
Right. My playthrough. Right. No, let's do.
One more time.
Hang on. Oh, there's so many things to do.
There's
Okay.
so many things to do in Act
Flowers
3.
every color of the rainbow. Right here.
Well,
I can
no, let's stick with our original objective, which was to do Astarion's quest.
Astarions? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I pronounce his name like a fucking Midwest mom. Is that
Astarion.
Astarion?
Can we go see Astarion?
Along with your best friend Mario.
It's fine, mostly.
He can't hear me.
That's funny. In the Baldur's Mouth Gazette?
Wait, who's this?
Can't be wrong
Kitty.
all the time.
Kitty! Kitty cat!
Side with a mad cult if paid well enough.
It was another day in the city
Oh.
of lies. Baldur's
Another
Gate,
day.
where the people begged for
Another
justice
day in the city of
until they
lies.
starved. Two heroes were fated to cross paths that day. Their eyes met.
Look at this baby.
Destiny was calling. Strangers? Only in a fool's definition of the word. It was the start of something incredible. Two heroes on the hunt for justice, no matter the cost. All the Tall One had to do was say yes.
You didn't expect that voice to come from him? Why
the
not?
Tall One had failed the first test. They lacked caution. The cat could have just as easily been a foe as a potential friend. Perhaps it was simply not meant to
Oh
be.
no!
I was too trusting. I was too trusting.
Let me try. Hold on. Do I have... Hold on, I know I have
Hurry, you need to speak
with
with animals. Hurry.
I know. I'm trying to find it. I don't remember what it looks like. He's right there.
It's
okay.
like green.
He's right
Adventurous aid absolute.
there. What the fuck?
Is any truth to that?
Yeah, it's like green. And it kind of has like little wings on it. Let me see if I have any.
I know I have some.
Here, I have here. I'm dropping one, so it's just there now. I got it too. Where? Because I don't need them. I just dropped it, so it's just like in your inventory now.
So do adventurers. The Gazette never prints
So just go in your
anything
inventory.
that does
Just double click it.
Soul the distraction.
Cat.
It was another day in the city of
I'm red.
lies, Baldur's Gate, where the people begged for justice until they starved. Two heroes were fated to cross paths that day. Their eyes met. Destiny was calling.
Cat.
And they both answered.
Strangers? Only in a fool's definition of the word. It was the start of something incredible. Two heroes on the hunt
Because
for
the cat was
justice.
an ad. You don't have
No
ads,
matter the
Slam Dunk.
cost,
Hi.
All the Tall One had to do was say yes.
Oh, I don't have... No!
Oh.
Okay, hold on. Let me pick a different of the other answers. Hold on.
First one to give up before he got
Upon their return, the cat couldn't help but wonder whether the Tall One had finally decided how their die would be cast.
My life is over.
I'm sorry. I was too trusting of the cat. I'm sorry.
Understand. I would also be trusting
I
of
was
the
too
cat.
trusting of the cat. I trusted the cat. The cat told me to
Upon
do
their
something, and I was like,
return,
yes.
The cat couldn't help but wonder
Obviously.
whether the Tall One had
Took a fat nap. I took way too short of a nap. I took like a 30-minute nap, and that was not enough of a nap. Mailbox. I'm gonna steal some mail.
Oh. How
Mail
devious of
fraud.
you.
Rat trouble. Hire Stompin' Boar's the rat catcher.
Open this.
Hell
Come
yeah.
here. Open this door. You just passed the locked door.
I didn't pass
From
nothing. I hadn't gotten
Lavernica.
there.
You passed
I
it.
hadn't got. I passed it. I went right to the mailbox. I didn't even get to the door yet.
Oh.
Oh my gosh. Don't accuse me of passing something.
Oh my gosh.
Never saw when he left though, did we?
I've never passed a thing in
It's
my
Connecticut's
life.
Gamer and Anime Con this weekend, and I feel like a migraine on the way. Ew, no.
Sorry.
So you're not gonna be able to go. Bummer. Oh look.
Oh no. It appears that something terrible has happened.
Oh no.
Just close that door. Oh,
Astarion.
God. No.
So, that was me. That because we both clicked it. Because we both clicked that
God
one.
damn it, Astarion! I'm just gonna open this.
Why is the firewood red? That's strange.
It's just burning so bright.
No, like to click on it was red. Like they did not want you to light it at all.
I clicked it.
I did too. Oh, there's a hedge. Thank you, lady. I love you. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Hello.
Oh, apparently I had a key. Oh. Apparently I had a key. Oh, you might want to come down here then.
Okay.
I didn't. I
No, it's fine.
I was clicking on it to lockpick it, and I just thought I.
Why would you want to lockpick it?
I wasn't.
Why would you even?
I wasn't.
You just said you did. It appears.
Oh, Wolfie,
That
yeah, we're
death
not
attack.
questing tonight, just so it doesn't spam GG's chat. Just a heads up.
To steal things, that's my job.
I mean, we can both steal. That's not fair.
You're right. You just make a decided point about saying that I'm the only one that steals things.
Well, you steal, but, like, I loot.
Okay.
Open up.
Look at all this hay.
Hey.
Hey!
It'd be a shame if something happened to it.
If something happened to the hay?
Yeah.
You gonna light it on fire?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever tried before. It doesn't work.
Oh.
More for me. This body. A sacrifice or
This
some
body
kind
is
of display.
fucking slapping.
Whoa.
Whoa. Why did I just hear the sound of a bottle rattling?
A bottle.
You're a dirty thief. I'm an opportunist. Oh my god.
Exactly.
Oh
I
my
loot.
god.
You steal. We are not the same.
Oh, I got a leg.
Judging by the state of the leg,
Oh!
this must be part of the clan.
Oh. Wow. Leg.
I forgot your character's voice.
Oh.
Judging by the size of the leg, they must be part of the clan.
Judging by the leg.
Judging by the leg.
Hey, Karlak, you can carry this body part too. And this shield, I guess. Thanks. This is probably fine. I don't need to think about this area.
Right, I'm sure that this will just work itself out.
Yeah.
This will work itself out, I'm sure.
Yeah. Totally. I was like, why am I not getting any air from my air conditioning? It's because it was pointed at the floor.
The floor doesn't need to be cool, silly.
Silly.
Silly. Oh my gosh, can I
What is this?
steal?
Where?
No, can't. This is all stealing. All of this is stealing.
Stealing.
Stealing. Ooh, what's over here?
You won't find him here. No.
We redden our steel
Whoa.
by the light
Oh.
of day in his
Hello?
name.
Whoa.
Hello.
You are our lamb,
Oh.
ready for slaughter.
I sure am.
Who?
Lady Oren asked us to test you, but I think you'll fail. What say you, little lamb?
Okay.
Oh. Sure.
I'll be right there.
No, it's totally fine.
Down here? No, up there. Oh, well, for fuck's sake. Okay, hold on. Oh, it is down there. Well, tits.
Don't worry about it. Hunger of Hadar. Hey there.
A better position.
Hunger of hater. Am I right?
Hunger of Hey there. Bow. And then we'll go.
Bow.
Bow.
Oh.
Oh, here at special delivery.
Is this man alive? Oh, no, they're dead.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, they saved. Okay.
That's so good.
Great.
You know what that tastes like? It tastes like applesauce. That's what
Ooh.
that's what that cider tastes like.
Yum. Does it have any like cinnamon or whatever to it? Because I don't like cinnamon.
It does.
And I wouldn't like it. Aura of murder.
Oh no, an innocent.
Ow! Ow!
Let this murder be his sacrament.
Who? Ow.
Listen, why does everybody just like always want to be killing us?
It's kind of rude, honestly.
Really? Like, it's disrespectful.
Can I, like... Sanctuary? That's not how Sanctuary works!
Out of this, Captain.
Oh.
Do not forget who you serve.
Who is that?
Of
Oh, the
course, I
girl?
just thought you might need assistance.
You feel an all too familiar squirm in the recesses of your mind. The fist has a tadpole. But
Yeah.
something's off.
Not I.
Something's off with the fist.
And we do not serve.
Defective. Very well. Another offering to Baal.
To your balls. Another offering to your balls.
Am I right?
Oh, I killed this bitch. Okay, haha. Teehee. Teehee correct.
I'm gonna leap at him.
Can I have this?
Ugh, that's not how Sanctuary works! That's so annoying. Okay, well.
What about... It's too far.
All of these targets are too far! Movement speed.
Path is interrupted. There we go.
Sucks.
Turn. Hi, Huey.
Hi, Huey! Welcome. Okay, great. I fell down. Let me just do a little bit of shenaniganery here. Would you
Yes,
like
yes,
to be blinded? I missed. Okay, I'm just gonna beat boot back this way. Oh. 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 Okay, stop hurting children! These people suck.
Yeah. They do indeed. Alright,
What does Aura of Murder do?
With haste.
Yeah, no, vulnerable to piercing damage unless they're okay. Doop 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 doop.
it didn't say you were in it, I'm sorry.
No, I'm good.
I moved it specifically.
Ah. Let me stab you. Okay, great. I'll be over here. Oh. She said baby. That's not how Sanctuary... I'm so annoyed. That's not how Sanctuary works.
It also just wasted my bonus action, which should have been a jump, but it didn't jump. Okay.
Rude.
About that.
Let's do something that can... I don't have anything. Ugh. Well, I'm just gonna... Rage. I'm just gonna... Not enough movement? What do you mean not enough movement? Buh. I can't shoot him with anything. I can't do anything! I'll just, tits. I'm just gonna run.
I'll just tits.
I will just tits. As one does.
Same.
Simply tits.
Simply tits.
God damn it. I got stunned. Dude. Ugh. This fucking guy, bro. Tits, you summoned me? Yep. Oh, thanks. I just got mass cure wounds, did.
Wow.
Wow.
Wounds.
Thanks. Wound. Oh. Goodbye.
Dead.
On my
Slow
way.
collapse was kind of great. Torment them.
Dead.
Who's getting arrested? Not
No,
I.
no one's
so
arrested.
that's
No,
fine.
don't. I can't get arrested again. There's just I can't spend another stream in jail. I can't do it.
I've never been in jail. Don't worry about it. Do I have like a thing of see invisibility?
He's. Oh, I was gonna say this guy's not invisible. He's banished.
No,
But
the other
the
guy
other
who
one.
is invisible. Hello?
Nope. I don't know where he
You just
is
guessed?
then. Yeah, I just guessed.
hold on. Let me look in my pouch instead of trying to scroll through all of the items.
Oh,
I swear I
no.
have to let me see through invisibility, D.
They broke the wine that was over here, and now it's spilled everywhere.
Oh no.
I know. Horrible. What a waste.
Okay, well, he's not within 30 feet of me right now. I don't see him.
Is he back up here by like Karlak over here?
Maybe. I'll use my action to dash. I still don't see him.
Me neither. Wait, is he invisible or is he?
He's invisible.
Yeah, invisible.
I'm just waiting for this man to become unbanished. Oh no, I can't do jack shit.
He's unbanished now.
No, I lost my rage because I didn't attack anybody. Ugh. Sure. And okay, that was entirely unnecessary.
Oh wow, he was over there.
Oh, he was literally right there. Okay, amazing. Okay. Oh, thanks.
Detecting presence.
Nice.
That's right.
Another step forward.
If I do that, it'll hit him and no one else.
Get snared, bitch. Oh, he did. Nice.
Nicely.
Well done. Well done, murdering. Cool, so glad I missed.
You listening? Furious prune tart.
Don't stop.
Bro, you're blinded. How can you do anything when you're blind?
I'm so blind. Blinded by the light.
So, seriously? For seriously? Do you have to
For
look at the
serious?
Astarion such a... You don't have to.
You get to.
Exactly.
Must be.
You get the privilege.
This mind is small, fragile. Listen now.
Oh no.
Okay, girl.
Let's explore your... Are you Robert?
Yeah.
What is the dice
Difficulty
going on behind you?
2.
There has to be murder, exactly.
Entering her mind is like stepping aboard
Hey.
a sinking ship. The
What do you
architecture
mean?
of her consciousness buckles and collapses. Thoughts yield to a flood of overwhelming power. The elder brain.
Do not waste time. This mind cannot bear us. It turns
How are you doing?
to
I'm
liquid.
good. How are you, Huey?
Listen, just listen. We learn.
Listen.
We
Listen.
Loosen our clumsy bindings. Aid us. Necromancer dead. Changeling and tyrant remain at odds. Kill them.
I was gonna. Calm
Have
down.
a place in my grand design.
Okay, bro, chill.
What happened? Why do I taste copper?
Oh, goodbye.
Well, that's unfortunate. Well, that's unfortunate.
Very well.
Lizard hat.
Need to report this. No, you don't. We're done.
Sinister hooded man.
Dagger. Cool, I can see invisibility now. For a bit.
Cool.
Oop. You want to take the pear?
Paradise. Oh.
Oh shit, Paradise nuts! Hey yo!
Lord Enver Gortash, the people's man.
Ugh. You can't just decide that you're the people's man. That's not how that shit
No,
works.
the peepholes man. Like,
Oh,
he
looks
puts his dick
inside
in the
of-
peephole.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's
Wait,
very
does
easy to
this
get
child-
confused.
Stands to reason some of them would side with a mad cultic pain when
How the heck do we get over here? We need to get up here somehow. If I just do that, where does it take me? Oh, I see.
Where are you?
I went up.
How are you up?
Up.
How are you up?
Just click on it and your character will figure it out. It's amazing.
On what?
On this bridge.
What?
This bridge. Like, go to the fast travel, and there's like a walkway bridge like directly above it.
I clicked on it. She's figuring it out.
Yeah.
She's got this.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going inside.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Fuck around and find out. That's how I live my life.
I can sneak in here. The security shouldn't be too tight. A few
All right.
charmed
Is this red?
innocents,
Okay, this
maybe.
is not red. We are going to have to rest before we get into like the actual thing.
Okay.
So we might want to do that now because we probably won't have anything different to do. I imagine.
Okay. Let me just loot real quick.
Yeah.
Cool.
Take your
I
time.
got a ribcage. Cute. I can store things in it.
Oh yeah.
That's cute.
In the ribcage?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Cute.
You should put bones in the ribcage.
Oh my
Like,
god.
all of the bones you
Hilarious.
find.
I usually just sell them, but that's hilarious.
Or like put bodies in them or something.
Put the bodies in the ribs. Put the bodies in the ribs.
Put the bodies in the ribs. What a great
Rib.
System of a Down song, guys.
So good.
Yeah.
Here goes nothing.
Could you not? Absolutely not. I cannot not. I only
Didn't even
can.
make to speak.
Oh,
Oh yeah, apparently. Oh no, just fucking will.
A private word would
Just
be
No.
nice.
Will.
Just bugged ass fuck
Gosh, you're
will.
Beautiful. Can we? I suppose we can. How could I say no?
You can't. You're literally a computer
You-
program. You're not able to say no to me.
The dream.
David.
Ew. Well, that's a new outfit.
It's the same one. I just dyed it.
You are perfect. Every time.
Oh.
All right. I actually wanted to talk to him about
Is
the
there
actual
something
thing.
you want to talk
Before we
about,
do
my
this
dear?
thing.
Yeah.
The thing that will decide my fate forevermore. Yes, it's been on my mind.
Yes.
Why?
Why?
Sarcastic
Why?
ass shit.
Well, in theory, it's simple. Destroy Cazador, stop ritual. That's assuming we want.
Is this your first time
to
while
stop
I've been
the
playing this game, Oni?
I've
Welcome to
obviously
Baldur's
thought
Gate.
about it. If I was the one who completed the ritual, I'd have such power. And I could walk in the sun without fear I'd turn into a mind flare.
Mind flare.
I don't relish it, but my siblings lured thousands of people to their deaths over the years. I doubt Baldur's Gate would miss them.
That's the spirit.
Of course, I don't even know if I could complete the ritual. It may be impossible, but it certainly is tempting.
He said the name. Yep.
35th time, 35th playthrough, maybe. Multiple times.
Ah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gazette has a transcript of a conversation. Another one who can't take.
I got distracted. I never actually opened the multi-twitch. What am I doing?
I don't know. What are you doing?
I don't know.
This is the palace of Cazador Zar. Entry is forbidden. Leave now, citizen.
What if I stab
the
you?
guard's words are clear, but spoken without thought or intent. Behind her eyes, you see nothing. She must be one of the charmed thralls Astarion mentioned.
Hey, girl.
This one.
It's probably fine. Oh, nice.
Of course. Whatever the master desires.
Girl.
Enter freely. And of your own will.
Yep. Super important.
Hi, T. How you doing?
Yes.
A rat!
Yes. More bones to chew, more bodies to nibble.
Gotta talk to all the rats.
Slim pickings up here, but safe. No one grabbing, no one biting.
Biting.
In the guts of the palace.
Hi, YT.
Hungry mouths down there.
How's everyone doing? I'm sleepy. I'm tired.
Hungry.
That is
You one of them? The fangy ones?
been stuck in traffic forever.
Good.
Forever?
Change.
That's a long time.
Eerie. Mean. Make sure you stay away. Another
Fangy
visitor? Staying long? The others are.
The others are.
Guests. Came for a party. Never left though.
Ah!
Dunno what
Why you
happened to
standing up?
them. Don't wanna know. But I'm sure you're different. I'm sure you'll be fine.
I didn't like that. Bro,
Threatening. That was very threatening.
I didn't like that. Sir? Monsieur Rat?
Monsieur? Rat?
Monsieur? Rat?
Rat?
What?
Hi, DJ. How are you?
Hi. Hi. Do you think anyone would notice? Okay.
Procrastinating.
I sneak snort. Oh.
The
You're up towards-
DFW.
Diffwa.
I know what that means.
What that mean?
Dallas Fort Worth.
Yeah.
How are you and Gigi? Oh, Gigi and I are doing well. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, we've been doing so well with our communication lately. Honestly,
And Ellie, she's
we're
good.
never
Ellie's good.
better. We're never better.
Yeah,
me
we've
and
never
Pink.
been better.
That's suspiciously welcoming.
Very strong.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Yep. I just wait for you.
Okay, we cannot rest in any of this place.
Okay. It is
The master
gross in
is
here.
Pure.
The other day I
His
did. It
path
was very
must
good,
be
YT,
pure.
and I've honestly,
No stain,
if I can be honest,
no
I've been
smudge,
thinking about
no
it for like
tint.
days after I got it. I want to get it again. It was so good.
What'd you get?
Honestly, it sounds super plain, but it was perfect while I was sick. I got buttered noodles and steamed broccoli together, and it was so good, and it was like just enough. Oh, I can't stop thinking about it. It was actually so good.
Yum.
Yeah.
From any particular place?
From this like local place, yeah. Oh my god, I just
Okay.
stole a humongous ass painting off the wall.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna take another one. I love stealing paintings.
That sounds great. I know. I just can't stop thinking about it. I want to get it again.
That door is sinister. Sinister.
Good eats with that. It's just good food.
Good eating.
Yeah, just good food.
Now if we go outside, we fight. I'm always fighting. I'm stealing every painting. No painting is safe. Oh, I can't reach that one? Rude. Rude. Hold on. Send all this shit to camp.
I know. I have so much stuff to send to camp too.
Steal that. We'll steal that.
Stealing is wrong.
And that.
It's not red. It's therefore it's not stealing.
Yep. Elegant robe. That is pretty. What if I could wear that instead of Shadow Fart's clothes?
Burned it up from the
Shadow
inside.
fart.
Its
No,
throat and
just
innards
wait,
are more
trust.
liquid than solid.
Okay. Can you decide what to eat and bot? Asked you class. Water and stretch. Okay.
Anything of you?
I'm sore from the rage room yesterday.
The rage room.
My coworkers, we decided to go to a rage room because we have a lot of feelings with all the bullshit. It was very cathartic. I got out a lot of rage.
So there's a man.
Uh-huh.
to,
A man?
to take him.
What?
There's a man in the coffin.
There's a coffin?
Always room for more?
Where's the coffin?
Against the wall over here. Right here.
Oh.
Yes, the Ada bot is new, but we're not really using it tonight, so it doesn't spam GG's chat, DJ.
I mean, I'll take him. Sure. I don't think I can. I don't think I'm strong enough.
Karlak is, though. Karlak is definitely
So much to do. So much to prepare.
Yep. Chamberlain Dufay. Chamberlain Duffy.
Oh, sorry, Ellie. I didn't mean to stomp on you. Just crush your skull.
I had never done a rage room before, Oni. It was delightful. I need to go with, like, just, like, a friend. So, like, we went with, like, the whole team, including, like, our managers, because they're also being entirely screwed over by everything that my work is doing. So, like, I did kind of feel like I had to hold back a little, kind of, in that I didn't, like, yell and scream the way I would have liked to.
May we be one.
But I definitely did spend an awful lot of time on one blender that would not die. Where are you?
In the staircase.
Oh, there you are. I smash.
It's gotta be immaculate.
That door is saturated with necrotic magic. Best keep my distance.
Wanna swing.
I feel so weak.
Oh.
There's necrotic magic at work here.
Better keep my distance or open it.
Or we don't need to do any of that.
What in the hell is happening here? I entertained hard until Cazador
Do you
appeared and
need
took them away.
assistance?
But I never saw anything
Huh.
like this.
I just had to walk through this
Whatever
dead
happened to
lady's
that girl?
aura.
It wasn't good.
And take 43 damage.
Yeah. It's no big deal.
No, I only had, we only had 20 minutes, but it was still great.
All right, time to see what's
But I used a crowbar and I murdered the fuck out of a blender. There's
So-
a chest.
This
Make
is
this lady
Gigi
stop.
and I only have one run so far together.
I want to
So,
open
yes.
that chest, but I don't want to.
Yeah, same run.
Yeah, same run, same run, same run.
Same.
We only play one day a week, so it goes kind of slowly, but it's okay.
Behold, one of Cazador's cheapest tricks. An illusionary.
Looks like an ambush.
Fitted.
Looks like an ambush.
So you've come home.
You can't
little
ambush
one,
me.
And come to visit Goldie in your old kennel.
It's taking everything I have not to grind your rotten carcass to dust.
Oh,
Don't
baby
be
boy.
mad at Goldie, child.
baby boy.
I only did my job. Only kept
I thought
you
Pink was gonna
alive.
romance Astarion again. Oh no, of course
You
not.
tortured us
Would never.
for days at a time.
Oh, yes.
Just let me go until I got tired.
So sweetly for
That's
me.
great though.
None of the others screamed like you did.
Yeah, one of my coworkers
But you're
was
home
like, "I'm
now,
low
and
key
you
a little bit
brought
scared
me
of
a
you now," and I was
treat,
like,
eh?
"Good.
A new
You should have been this whole
for
time."
Goldie.
Bones. Lose it, Bones.
Yikes.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's okay. I'm not using my inspiration because we might need it.
Lies! And lies must be punished!
Okay, it's just this one guy.
The door is locked?
It's fine.
Okay,
It's just this one guy.
Yeah, but still.
Come on. Can't stay idle.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Oh,
Yeah, see? I was like, it's not a big deal. It's just this one guy.
he's got a lot of shit on him.
Yeah.
There's an inscription. I don't recognize the language, though.
Bless her.
What'd you take? Oh, I need that.
All
I
of-
need that. Yeah, give me that.
Yeah, yeah, take anything.
Yeah, I need that.
Take all of it.
I need it.
I need it.
Have to keep going.
Everything else is getting sent to camp. Thank you very much. I love escape rooms. I have been to a few, and I am 100% success rate, baby.
I've been trying to like get my friends to do one, but everyone's like, no, that'll just like be a way to like break up our friendship. I'm like, oh, okay, glad
Oh
you
my
think
God.
that our friendship is that
So
fragile.
fragile?
Right.
Also, it wouldn't break up the friendship if you just fucking listen to me.
Also, yeah, exactly.
If you just do what I say.
Like Britt and I in particular have played a lot of escape room sims together. Like we've played like 4 different ones together. So I'm like, I think we could do one in real life.
Yo, yeah, for sure. I used to do the little flash ones all the time in college.
So the next day I could barely listen. I swung a big ass sledgehammer, the TV for like 25 minutes. Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
That sounds glorious. I just used a crowbar. But it worked. Mostly. That one blender, though. That one blender was a little bit of a bitch. We could have paid extra for, like, windshield screens, like, from cars. But we didn't want to. We also could have paid extra for, like, office equipment.
Don't mind if I do.
That's crazy.
Which was very tempting. Oh, let's get these little guys.
Let's have a look.
Aww. Little stuffed bear.
A little bear, a little owl bear.
Little owl bear. Taking that.
Just keep cleaning. Don't stop cleaning.
Money and time. Yeah, money and time.
The
I have an
two
endless
hardest
supply of
things to
time
have.
right now. But money, not so much.
Yeah. Cheese for everyone.
Everything must be clean. Everything must be perfect.
Who's just over here yelling? Bro, fucking chill. We're just hanging. Oh, we heading back upstairs?
Yeah.
So much to prepare.
Yeah, that's kind of how ours was. You get 20 minutes and then you get a bunch of shit that's just like standard shit, and then you can pay more for other stuff. Or you can pay more to bring in your own things too.
Okay, DJ. Good luck.
There was one that we were looking at that had like the breakup special. That was like, did your ex leave a bunch of shit at your house? Bring it here and destroy it. We were like, oh, all right.
Oh, hold on.
Fair enough.
I I think I went back down, but don't follow me. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I was like, wait, where is my character going? Yeah.
Bless us, Master. May we be worthy of you.
You do that one? Break a bunch of your ex's shit? Yeah.
Everything
All
must
right.
be clean. Everything must
The
be...
door is covered in intricate text.
Oh, yeah, my arms are
You
sore.
can't see anywhere a key might fit. Only a small round hollow engraved with a family crest.
Put your dick in it. Or, you know, the ring, I guess.
Or the ring.
The ring slots perfectly into place,
Yeah, it does.
but nothing happens. However, you get a feeling from the door, as if it expects something else.
Put your dick in
Strange
it.
writing on the door glints in the candlelight. Perhaps it's significant.
Wouldn't go over very well, no? Though? No, I imagine not, YT.
The door to Cazador's ballroom, where he hosted his most hedonistic nights. You've never seen it closed, let alone locked before. The door is covered in intricate text, but you can't see anywhere a key might fit. Only a small round hollow.
Look at all those
engraved with
rats.
the Sar family
Yeah, I need to go
crest.
back to me.
The writing means nothing
I
to
know.
you. You can't even
Go
recognize.
back to me. Try to do the history
door
check again.
remains sealed, with naught to see but strange writing and a small hollow.
There you go.
It's written
That's
in
the one.
archaic Kozakuran, a
Kozakuran.
rare version of an already
How's it
obscure language.
going?
There are inscriptions like this all over the palace. Cazador strictly forbade us from learning the language.
You can make out enough to recognize an incantation, but the specifics elude you.
Spiraling through your honor run. Oh my gosh, Hannah. Hello, hi, welcome in.
Hello. Lovely to meet you.
This is my
The ring slots
22nd
perfectly into
playthrough
place.
or something, but this is
But nothing
Gigi's
happens.
first playthrough.
However, you
It's my
get
first
a
one.
feeling from the
I'm just a
door,
baby.
as if
Just
it
a
expects
baby.
something else.
I make all the wrong
Strange writing
choices.
on the door glints in the candlelight.
That,
Perhaps it's
yes.
significant.
Remember
That
when
is
you
a
used
thing.
to say that? Remember when you used to say that I wasn't making bad choices, just different choices than what you would make?
Yeah, and now I cannot agree with that anymore.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, I have learned. I have read the book. Would you like to read the book?
I would love to read the book.
There you go. You may read the book.
I'm gonna read the book. I'm gonna read it so good.
You should read it.
Wow, I learned.
Wow!
I read
What'd
it.
you learn?
Wow. Some words, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm. Who hasn't made so many mistakes? Apparently, I've made different mistakes than Pink would have ever
Listen,
considered.
no. She's being dramatic.
You recognize
All I
okay.
said was
the same
her
Kozakuran
choices
script
have
from the
shown me some
dictionary you
things that
found.
I did not even know existed in the
Because
game.
you would never have done those things.
Yeah, some of them I would never have done. Never forget me accidentally killing Halsin and siding with the goblins.
Oops.
Oopsies.
Oops.
I
I
have
murdered the
accidentally
entire
killed Will
goblin
before. I've on purpose killed Will before.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know you don't like him, but jeez.
The ring slots perfectly into place.
YT, thank you.
Open.
Oh my
You're
gosh,
so
does that mean I
nice.
can get my noodles?
I think that means you can get your noodles.
Oh my gosh, does that mean I can get my noodles?
Moving in.
All right, we gotta go in. All
Bless
right, this
us,
is all
Master.
me now. Okay.
May we
Yep.
be
You can't be here.
YT, thank you so much. I appreciate it so much.
No one out.
You're new. Cazador never kept guard dogs before.
The runaway spawn.
Sniff, sniff, sniff.
Reek of the master's scent. Come with us. Come to master.
That's what.
Excuse me. I will not be ordered around my own house by
Excuse
some
me.
glowing mutt.
We bring you to him. We get his
Nudes.
favor.
Yeah.
Why
That
does everyone want to fight me?
That reminds me, YT, don't order me any nudes until I can change the order. Because it's the wrong one. There are so many!
Incorrect nudes.
Yeah, incorrect nudes. They're still good, it's just the incorrect nudes. Alright, what can I do? Oh, but there's a puppy right there. I don't want to hurt the puppy.
Oh, they're closed. I'll have to get it. That'll be my lunch tomorrow, it looks like. I don't know what time they close, I wonder.
Sorry, puppy.
May we be worthy of you.
Then I can extension of you.
8. They close at 8. That's okay. I'll get it for lunch tomorrow.
Everything must be perfect.
Everything must be perfect.
Alright, I want to try to not use my spell slots as much as I can here.
Oh, I could make it to this man. And by man, I mean puppy.
They're all 58, huh?
Oh, excuse me. Oh.
Guess we're not shooting that one then.
Oh, sorry. I
It's
didn't
all
realize
good. You had no way of knowing. It was just funny.
Did I run into it as you were about to click the thing?
Yep. So yeah. It's okay though. It's okay.
I've got
You have a really good habit of doing that.
impeccable timing. Yeah.
Yeah.
What am I snacking on? Jelly beans.
Beans.
The same jelly beans that I bought several weeks ago.
Maybe I can get something small and then get that tomorrow. You eat today? A little bit. Or are you asking Gigi? Probably asking Gigi.
Did I eat today? I had the remaining Panda Express from yesterday, which was about... Oh, I didn't realize that I was reacting. So sorry.
Very good.
Which was about a little bit. End of list. And some jelly beans. Okay, calm down. This one. That's the pasta I like. Could you chill and stop attacking, please? Okay, everyone's here.
Those big ass ones from Scooby-Doo, that's funny.
What can I do? Panache? No. I wish I could attack more than one. Oh, I could do Thunder Wave. Oh, but that would get you. Oh, that would get so many guys though. Except that you're in it.
Who? Me who?
You.
Me?
You, Agnes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm squishy. If it was a star,
I know.
I'd go for it.
That's why I'm not doing it. It's so tempting though. But I would never. Alright, who's closer to death? Jesus, you're all Ugh. Okay, hold on. Can I just do... That's a terrible idea. Don't do that. Whoops.
I kind of want to try the new sandwich from McDonald's, like that new crazy one.
Okay. All that. Cool. I'm just gonna run this way. Goodbye. Okay, great.
But yeah, the big arch. Yeah.
The big arch.
The big arch. I'm curious.
Bug arch.
I'm curious.
I'm curious.
Okay, Astarion.
Why is that so expensive? Oh, that's why.
What? You didn't get moved? That's crazy talk.
That's crazy.
Just don't eat it like the CEO. Have you ever seen me eat anything like that? Ever? For as long as you've been in this community, Orson. I eat like I've never had food in my life. I eat like I don't know when my next meal is like coming. Critical miss. Okay, sure.
I know, I did too. I also critical missed. Okay. Nudes have been corrected.
I'm so
I now
glad you
have the
corrected your
correct
news. I was really worried
Thank
about
you.
it.
I was worried about it. Okay. I'm just gonna push this bat. Okay. That was fun. No, I was just saying, if don't do it until it's fixed, and it's fixed. But that doesn't mean that you have to send me noodles. Please don't.
Listen, feel free to send me nudes any day because I will never reject them.
I'm just saying, I'm not asking for them. But if you wanted to send me them, I'm not asking for them.
Honestly, as pathetic as it sounds, I'm not sure that I would eat like a normal person if it wasn't for chat.
That's fair.
Either reminding me or tipping me to be able to get food.
That's fair.
The big announcements tomorrow and you're getting antsy waiting. Remind me?
There's all of the Firefly people have been teasing some sort of...
Oh, yes, that one. Yes.
And the announcement is tomorrow.
That one. I'm trying so hard.
I'm going to withhold judgment on anything until I actually see it. Ooh, nice.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thanks. There's a lot of blood. They're like into it though, so it's fine.
They're like super into it.
They're like super into it. It's fine.
This is gonna be.
Claude got pushed back, but like I guess it's fine as long as it's gonna be killed. But I mean, I assumed it was gonna be pushed back because it's like already March and we haven't had a release date. So.
Ouchie. Sorry, puppy.
His name is Whiteness.
Sorry, puppy.
Got canceled. Aww. I just saw there's a Malcolm in the Malcolm in the Middle.
I did see that. I'm so sick of reboots. Just make new shit. Just make new shit.
Yeah.
It's not that hard.
I guess it is that hard, obviously.
It wouldn't be hard if people just let people make shit.
Where's this one single rat that's
It's
left?
over by Astarion.
Oh, I see him now. I'm like looking for it, like what the heck? Alright, do we have no short rests left, okay.
It's still a reboot.
Can't slow down.
It's still a reboot.
I think we should go, we have to have stuff before we go into this for sure, so maybe we should go outside really quick and rest.
Bodies.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
He's a race car driver, so he can't do a remake. Who's a race car driver? Scrubs is killing it. I don't know. I think Veronica Mars kind of started it a few years ago.
At some point, the fan service isn't enough.
I mean, like, okay. Veronica Mars got canceled before it ended. I get it.
Right.
Like, okay. They, like, revived it, ended it, gave it an ending, whatever. I get it.
Where are you? How did you leave?
There's the front door. There should be a quest marker there.
Okay.
Cool.
I think of reboot as just... it can be either one in my brain.
I mean, yeah, like you're rebooting it. Like you're restarting it, rebooting it, like... I feel like it can go either way. Like... Yeah, I feel like it can go either way. If it's not the direct continuation, then... Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know either. Like, some of them I'm like, okay, like, some of them, yeah, I understand. And then there are others that I'm like, why? Like, why Malcolm in the Middle?
Right.
Firefly got canceled. I get it. Like, you want the end. You want the satisfaction of your thing being finished. I get it. Malcolm in the Middle, like, is done. Like, it ended.
Right.
Scrubs
honestly,
ended.
so did Scrubs.
Like, yeah.
Like, I like Scrubs. Scrubs was a great show. The last season was dumb. But, like, I don't know. Come up with something new. Don't just rely on nostalgia and fan service for your shows. Come up with something new.
Right.
Might it fail? Sure, but you're gonna have to give it a season to fucking figure it out and market it. They just don't want to fucking do that. All these fucking studios are just looking at their fucking studios.
Fucking studios.
If something isn't immediately the most popular thing that they've ever had and doesn't immediately make back their entire budget on like the first episode, they're like, it's not worth it. We're gonna cancel. That's not how things work. Okay. I'm done.
No traps, please.
Did you go downstairs again?
No. So
there's
I went.
A door.
Yeah.
So I don't care if people want to know what happened to Malcolm. Write a book.
I'm too drunk for this. So hi, welcome to our co-streams.
I don't care. Write something new. Write a book. You want to say what happened after the end of the show? Write a fucking book. You don't need to bring the entire show back. Sorry. That's my personal opinion. Half the people that have been clamoring for it aren't even gonna fucking watch it.
So, Gigi also hates everything, by the way. But I'm muted, so she can't hear me say that to her.
Hurt me? No. Have I been annoyed by them? Yes. I would rather see something new. That's all that people fucking make anymore. That's why I like A24 so much, is that they don't do like remakes or whatever. It's all original stories. Or sometimes based off of a book or whatever, but like
Listen, you can't be using these logics, Wolfie.
yeah, that's not the point. There's also so many original things that you haven't seen. There's an infinite amount of properties and things to see and consume. It would be impossible.
There's also an infinite amount of things that are not made that you can't consume.
You can't reach this. The books are fucking
I
weird.
know. You can't get the 2 center shelves.
It's right here.
I know. Oh, I can't use this? Oh, you started it.
There are some
I didn't mean to.
scuffs to show its
just
age.
walked.
Signs of things dragged onto it over the years. But it seems to be in good working order.
Working order. Do you want me to leave and have you do it?
I don't think it matters, so you can go ahead.
Are you sure? Because I can just click it.
I don't know.
To be safe. You do it.
Okay.
You stand on a clean... There are some...
Well, him and the unfortunate souls we brought feed
Poor unfortunate souls. Bye.
Bye.
I don't
I
know,
could be
Wolfie.
wrong.
I'll see you when it is announced, and I'm going to withhold judgment until I see it for myself. Oh, I couldn't go with you apparently. Even though I was standing on it.
There's also things that don't they don't need continuations, and they're making continuations even though the thing is still fairly new. Like, for example, they're doing a Stranger Things animated spin-off, and it's like, nobody fucking asked for that. It's just crybabies who were pissed off about how the show ended.
Well, I can get fucked.
No, I completely agree.
Yeah, that wasn't directed at you, obviously, because I know how you feel about it, but I just
can't wait to be king.
Oh,
did you just close the door on me?
My bad. My bad. Firefly, I'm withholding judgment on it either being good or bad until I see it. It's one of my favorite things in the world.
In the world, chat.
Sure. But do I also know where Joss Whedon was planning to take the second season? Yes. Am I glad that the second season didn't happen? A little. So I'm withholding judgment until I see it. Featherfall. I'm apparently not jumping. Whee!
Oh my gosh, that's the second time that Astarion has just not hopped down.
That might be worth a look.
Sounds like someone needed more time in the rage room? Probably. I always need more time in the rage room. I have a lot of rage. Hot foot, hot foot.
A trap.
I'll disarm it.
Did you do it? Teen Titans Go. Yeah, exactly. Not exactly. Like, nobody asked for, yeah. Teen Titans Go is a whole other thing. I have feelings, as you can see. I'm a Batman fan.
Attack rolls with this weapon have advantage
I have
against
feelings.
undead. I should swap to this for this. For this journey.
This is how we find out Gigi is an angry person. This? You haven't figured that out by now? I feel like there were very many signs prior to this. I feel like there were very, very many signs prior to this conversation.
Who's just finding this out?
Oh, Wolf said that.
Oh. Okay. Apparently, the smoky water is bad. Why jump it? Okay. We're gonna walk into the water first and then jump out of it. Karlak, you can jump. Karlak. Soja.
Soja.
No. Gertrude. I swear. Oh, that's where we're supposed to go.
We get along quite well, I think.
Ooh. Blink plonk.
Not anger. But have you heard her talk about anything she doesn't like?
Okay.
I'm so confused where you've been this whole time.
Or sometimes even things that I do like.
Oh my gosh, my food's here. Hold on 2 seconds.
Okay. Don't worry, I just bookend my rage with giggles and smiles. It's fine. If I do that, no one will ever know how angry I am. Yes, YT. What? Because we're twins? Nothing? Liar? What? Don't lie to me, YT. That's rude. YT, is it a shock to you that I'm actually an angry person?
Okay. Can you lockpick that? I don't know if you can.
Yeah, I can. I was just waiting for you.
Yeah.
Oh, I can. Oh, I can do that. Easy sleazy.
Are you calling me sleazy?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep, that's exactly what I said.
Oh my god.
You know nothing, YT? Bwah.
Gloomy ascent.
70?
Wow, this is huge.
That's what she said. A wooden barrel. You're streaking? Oh my god.
No, we didn't this time. She's kind of funny with food. She's not really like...
Is she not interested in
Yeah,
people's
she's
food?
not really a food beggar. She's not really interested in food, honestly.
Interesting. Good for her. It's dinner time. What you having for dinner? This game has vampires? This game?
Oh my gosh, in my good Christian Minecraft server?
Oh my god, vampires are the Antichrist. Oh,
Wow.
who's this lady? It's very exclusive. Oh, girl. She's got so much FOMO. I probably killed him.
My first bite was already bigger than his.
Ah. Ever so keen.
I like how I'm like, this is very important for me to do, and the very first person she sees, she's like, who's this?
Do you need to talk to this
No.
lady?
No, I don't. It's just funny.
You went the opposite direction. I didn't think it was important.
I know.
She's just a lady. I'm not gonna talk to anyone ever again.
No. It was just funny. I'm like, this is important for me, and you're like, got it.
Bet. Oh yeah, he was.
No spoilers, no.
Oh. Yeah, you could have.
You had to test it out. Fair.
Do they? Sure. Okay, bye. Oh, spooky sounds. Ooh, shoes. Why are you going that way? Why are you going that way? Why are you going ma'am? Okay.
Don't touch me.
There's so many things to loot here.
Not as bad as it could have.
There's just things everywhere.
There are things everywhere.
I'm gonna take them. Then I'm gonna sell them.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Boop. Mug. Oh, there's so many things. Okay, I'm gonna have to send shit.
Just another crate.
You're just another crate. Okay. Send
It's
all
alright.
this shit away.
It's all right. It's
all
a little
right.
busy, if I'm being completely honest.
Too many flavors?
Yeah, a little bit. The arch sauce is just fine. Mm-hmm.
Karlak. Don't just sing. Get on the thing. A peppery patty.
Is the patty peppery? The sauce kind of is. Oh, you can talk to this man.
No.
Yes.
I'm scared.
No, you can talk to this man.
Tell me you.
Oh, this man. No.
Have you retrieved the
Give me a
Orphic
minute.
hammer? Will our princess
Not
chains?
yet.
Then I will wait here until you have. The chains that bind Orpheus also bind the whole of the Githyanki people.
Very heavily peppered.
The remaining honor guard serve as my eyes and ears. Vlaakith's forces hunt you and the prism. My allies have slayed more than you know, so that you might travel freely.
Slayed.
As for those that break
Slay.
through, you've proven more than capable of bleeding them yourself.
Okay, bye. Do you need me to get back on the boat?
Yes.
Okay. I am on the boat. Goodbye, Kithrak. Kithrak vos.
Kithrak.
Kithrak vos.
Never wanted the easy path.
What?
Was there a trap?
I didn't even perceive it. How is Voss there? Oh, he always goes there. What do you mean? Have you never found him there before? Yeah.
What's this? Oh.
You're not perceiving them
I failed.
either.
No, I at least got the failed perception. Can I go in this door? What's in this door?
Yeah, go with it. Oh my gosh.
I successfully perceived it. Okay, we're gonna travel a little bit more slowly.
So it was in that other area?
Oh, there's men.
Yeah, he can be down there.
This seems like a problem.
These are not linked to Astarion's quest. These people, if you would like. We have explored too far.
We've explored too far?
Yeah, but it's fine.
Oh. Okay. Oh, that didn't do jack shit. I thought it was gonna explode.
This is licking vagrant.
Okay, well, that was fun. Nice. Nice. Why? Why me? I'm not the one who murdered your friends. No offense.
This time.
Get right. But what if I
did murder them? The big and tasty, I think, is still around.
I don't have enough movement.
You don't think so? I feel like I got it recently.
Water. And to stretch. Okay.
What path lies before me?
Let me stab you. Oh, you're down? How'd you end up down?
Oops. May have sent her launching a little backwards.
Oh, I guess that was the end of my turn.
You fell.
Oh. Sure did. Sure did. Oh, my head hurts.
That's ready.
Hang on. Let me grab some drugs really quickly. I'm gonna be right
Whoa.
back.
Speaking of.
Listen. Speaking of what?
Drugs.
Drugs? I just need ibuprofen. I'll be right back.
I know what you need. I know what you need, baby. I know what you need. You got what I need. Right, guys? That sandwich is filling. It's not even, like, I have like a third of it left, and I'm like, whew. Some homemade spinach artichoke dip. That's a drug right there.
It's so fucking hot in here. I'm gonna die. Mixed spaghetti? Horrendous. Ooh, an apple. Okay. Murder. Loot the bodies. Oh, there's shit over there. So I'm bringing some really good homemade spinach artichoke dip. Probably would help my headache, actually.
Probably would if it's made right, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't hurt. I mean, it could. Prefer if it didn't.
It'd be a lot cooler if it didn't.
What's over here?
What's all this then?
It's too high.
Is it?
Not from here, probably.
Keep hitting J instead of K every time.
JK.
JK.
God, am I really this weak? I'm just gonna. Oh, you made me. Okay. Thanks. I was just gonna go around, but that's fine. Nikki, I know what you meant. I was making a joke.
Keep your distance, darling.
You idiot.
Is that what I said? That's not what I said. Door? Should we come back? Should we do your Astarion stuff first and then come back?
No, it's fine. He's just being dumb.
Okay. There's so much poisson in here. Can I perceive anything? There's a lever here. Oh.
Nope, it doesn't even move with gust of wind.
Do you have mage hand or anything? Or I'm just gonna walk into it, apparently. There's a wall. Oh. Well, I'm just gonna hurt myself and do it, apparently. I'm still gonna disarm them, because fuck these traps. Nothing in the rotten barrel.
Are you... Why is his rolls so bad suddenly? I've literally never had this happen before. Alright.
Tread
Sure.
carefully.
Nice, 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 nice. Invasion plans for Baldur's Gate. Oh no.
I'm sure it's fine.
Probably fine. Totally normal. Is there like a quest in here? Oh, yeah. Murder target. Burger. Murger.
Murger turger.
Murger turger. Add a bonus. Give me guidance. Thank you. Yep, this is the perfect place to use a natural 20. For sure.
This way. My old we're close by. It will be good to see it again. Look for a ladder up.
Berry crumble, lemon macaron, raspberry cookie, blueberry muffin, banana bread, or strawberry cookie. Okay. You should make berry crumble and banana bread. And I have spoken.
Okay. You don't want my opinion.
Breathe deep and move.
Oh, I just meant about her making two things.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying you don't want my opinion on...
Oh yeah, because she doesn't like any of those things.
That's not true.
She doesn't like most of those things.
Or are these like mug desserts?
In like one cup.
Thank you for bringing me back.
I still think you should do
Look around. You'll find some of
Look
my
around.
things still intact. Perhaps even useful to you.
Invasion plans the Sword Coast.
Oh, they're tea?
Oh, I don't like tea.
Oh,
sorry.
Berry crumble.
I'm keeping all of my opinions to myself. I apologize. There's so many things to say.
I'll give it a shot.
I'll give it a shot.
How come only some of these are lootable?
Because I've looted most of them already.
No, I mean, but there's like carrots here. Why can't I have the carrots?
Oh.
Get Yankee. Blackhead's found us. Get rid of them, quickly.
Oh. Do we have to? Where are they?
Recipe for fiddlehead soup. A favorite meal of mine. When I had need of meals like that. An old container for brains.
An old container, an old container.
For brains. For brains.
Find one to sustain me now.
An
An old container. There's a button.
That might be worth a look.
My own wardrobe, the home of all my disguises. We are what we appear to be, and so appearances matter.
Oh.
That's curious.
Curious.
My cutlery set. A gift from my mother.
Okay. Do we need?
Is missing.
Okay.
Otherwise, it looks to be complete. I don't need it anymore, but the memory stirs something in me still.
I'm sure it does.
I'm sure it
Buddy.
does. Anyway.
Anywho, I'm still mad that he lied. I'm still mad that he's not my delightful dream daddy that I thought he was.
Something over there. Better than nothing.
What a pleasant surprise.
Hello.
You are as brazen as described. The traitor
By whom?
would steal from our queen.
Sure.
Of course you had help, didn't you? From the illithid you carry inside the astral prism. How quaint that we should meet here, in the very place that it once called home. We know all about the
How
Emperor
quaint.
and its dealings with you. Though I must confess, its peculiar relationship with you threw us off course for a while. Most illithids prefer to dominate their thralls through transformation. Yet here you stand, untransformed.
Because I'm better than you.
Undominated.
What did it offer you in exchange for your servitude?
I'm not a servant.
You have fallen prey to its manipulation. Your story ends here. We will reclaim the astral prism, purge it of the illithid interloper, and restore it to our queen.
He can certainly die trying.
My dear child, I already know all there is to know. I
What
will
are you
liberate you from
doing?
your puppet master, Chamar Zala Blackie.
Okay.
Gith Yankees, always Angies. Gith Angies.
Gith Yangirg.
Gith Yangurgurg.
This person looks like they're about to cast a spell. Not enough movement. I'm shooting an arrow.
Paladin. Paladin.
Paladin.
Paladin.
Yes, here.
Yes, here.
Oh, wow. Who's close by? Covered. Covered. Ooh,
Immune to
critical hit.
thunder.
Oh. Miss! Oh, I thought you were dead. Whoops. 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 Well, there's a portal here. Uh-oh. There's two portals. Uh-oh.
Yep. There do indeed be portals.
Now you're thinking portals. Ah!
Frightened.
Can't hold person me. I hold person you. Oh no, I've been held. Just kidding.
Okay. So.
Okay. Let's just go here real quick. Now I should be able to go. Little cleave. Can I get all 3? Are you just... There we go.
Shall cut and run.
Who's concentrating? You are. Ugh! How are you succeeding on your concentration show, you bitch? I'll just go push her. Get shoved. No, come after me! I mean, I guess they are technically coming after me, but I wanted them to come after Karlach. She's the tank.
Karlacha!
Don't. Okay. Actually, yes. That's the point. Critical hit.
Ready to parry. Caramel latte. That sounds good too. Okay, my turn.
Who sucks worse? You. Oh my god, stop. Concentrating. You have 1 hit point. Ugh. Gonna push her again. One hit point.
1.
There's blood in the air.
There's blood in the air.
Step quick.
Ooh, I dropped some frames. Bitch with only 1 hit point. Ow.
Oh, you're held.
Yeah.
Hold person. So the hag. Remember the hag way back from Act 1?
Mm-hmm.
Bubbles and I were doing our honor mode, and the hag did hold person and succeeded on literally all 4 of us and wiped us, and that's how we lost our honor mode run. Yep.
Yeah, the bitch with only 1 hit point is the one who has me held right now. Missed.
Salute.
Yeah. Oh my god, die.
It's me.
Okay, I'm no longer held. Go away. What is this? Frightened.
I'm ready.
Ugh. This round. Who can I hit? You, probably. Oh, sure. And bonus action. Get mocked.
Critical miss
Ooh.
on that guy. Cool.
Nice, nice, nice. No more Quirtle over
Critical.
here.
Got a tea party collection of tea. Ooh, it sounds good too. What's up, Ray?
Soup.
How's it going?
Soup.
Good soup.
What kind of soup? I want soup. I want food. I'm hungry. Maybe I should have eaten actual food.
Maybe.
I'm fine. Critical miss. Still feel blah and headaches? Oh no.
I love toaster strudels. I fuck so hard with toaster strudels. What kind? What kind of toaster strudel do you have?
Psychic rend? Ow, stop. Well, I'm about to die.
cherry. Good, good, good.
Gotta make your head aches. I think I know what you mean, yeah. Okay, okay. Gertrude? Aval?
Why do you not get moved with it? That's crazy to me.
Okay. God damn it, I keep forgetting that. Uh-oh. I made a mistake. Everyone except that charmed bitch is dead over here.
On my way.
Uh-oh. Don't. Damn it. That's not good. Okay.
Yeah, they really bullied you.
Sure did. Stop. That whole person.
Yeah.
Got me fucked up. If I had remembered to take a potion instead of doing flick of the wrist.
Yeah, that probably would have been a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
One day, I'll catch a break.
Okay. Actually, cancel end turn. I'm going to take a potion myself. Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just greater healing.
Let's turn someone inside out.
Okay. Now, let's go quickly here.
Okay, all I can do is bonus action, so I'm just gonna take one of these. Much better. I'm gonna hide in your spirit guardians.
All right.
Stop attacking me!
I'm sorry. That was.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna hide in your spirit guardians. Immediately down.
I'm not down. I'm just prone.
I know.
Oh my god.
Knocked down. You know.
I'll get up again. They're never gonna keep me down.
Oh, Danny boy.
Oh, Danny boy. Danny boy, Danny boy. Hurting us.
Motherfucker, you have 12 HP left. Come on.
You can't die. Get up, damn you! Can't die. Get up, damn you!
You can't die. Get up, damn you.
Get up, damn you.
Get up. You fuck. You go over here, Karlak. I need you to start leading people away. Ah. Ah. Survival is all that matters.
Blood comes easy
Who's
these
the
days.
one who's doing shit?
Blood comes easy these days.
You got 26. You got 22. Let me get you with... It's an arrow. Why do you need to move? Thank you. 8 damage. Great. Perfect. Perfect.
Good, you're so strong.
I hate them. Okay. Stop. Ugh. Yeah, sure. Just keep attacking me.
Goth Yankees. I know, right?
Goth Yankees, if only. Actually, I hate the Yankees, so... They suck. Wow. Just saying.
Wow.
Wow. Indeed. Come at me, bitch.
No, me, no, not me. Her. She said her.
Oh, okay. I've been held again.
Oh, Carla.
Why does everything have to be about sports? You're the one who said Yankees. I don't know
but
what you
a
expected
Yankee is
me.
still like somebody from like New England.
Okay, but I
Like a
don't.
Yank.
Listen.
You
not in my
listen.
brain. I'm not from New England, so I don't ever talk about New England people as Yankees.
Yanking me off over here.
Colorado Avalancher? Is that the only Colorado team you could have thought of? Yes? Okay. There are so many.
This?
You know what? I'm gonna make you drop your sword. And die.
And then also die.
So embarrassing for you.
Where do I go from here?
Ooh. That drops the hold.
Down.
Something dropped the hold. Oh, I'm encumbered apparently.
Oh, slow down. Get bursted.
Over here.
So, because it also goes in my chat too, but that's okay. Okay, stop.
Yeah, we're not playing tonight.
It's okay. Stop! I only have 70 hit points.
With or without you. Yeah, no, like it's fine like every once in a while, but just in share chat, so just on Saturdays.
You know what's entertaining? Is that it is in my chat, but like as though it was happening in my chat. So it's like, you know how if it's not in your chat, it's like it's a lesser color, you know?
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, so like Ray has like my icon next to it because he's speaking in my chat, and YT has your icon next to him because he's speaking in your chat. But then the bot has no icon next to it, so I was like, oh, it's not in anybody's. It's like just in mine. Then it's not in shared chat. But no, apparently that's not how it works at all.
I just find it so interesting that it's like. not usually how that shit works.
I know, and that's why I was like, I'm sure it'll be fine. Like, I'm sure it'll work out. Nope, I guess the fuck not.
It's fine. Worse things have happened. Nothing, YT. You're good. We were just saying that you're technically talking in my chat, so it looks different for Pink than it does for me. What's your problem? Oh, I've been psychically rendered. Can I
With finesse.
diving strike onto this bitch?
Yep, that's amazing.
That was fun. Oh my god.
That's not what it is, right? It's just, it can
Killer.
get spammy with like the shopping and like the healing, and that's all. Like, if everybody like does like a quest once in a blue moon, it's not the worst. But it's just like the full blown stuff is just a little spammy. And I don't mind it because like I like that you guys are playing and like enjoying it, but
Have to keep going.
Look here!
Well, that was really useful for me. I'm just gonna... Oh, there's a person here! Okay.
cool. Alright, let's loot!
Loot the bodies, loot the bodies. Ooh.
Now search the room.
What do you really need to tell me to search the fucking room, bro? Do you not even know me? It's like this man doesn't
Oh, we
even
all have
know
levels
me.
too, BT dubs.
Oh shit! Oh. Didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. What's hiding here? A scroll of nothing. Oh wait, the location of reserve supplies buried behind counting house, path to Baldur's Gate near Upper City. Is that something that we need to know about? Is that like a thing that we can do? I don't know. Ooh, like a light and narrow.
Does that.
Does what?
When you like equip your lamp, but if you have a moon lantern, it becomes your melee weapon, and it's like,
Yeah.
no, I didn't.
I
didn't
not
fucking
what I
say
asked
that.
for. I would prefer to not hit people with a fucking lamp, you dumbass.
Right.
Yeah, that was the problem that I had through the entire Shadow Curse lands, is that I kept forgetting that I had the thing equipped, and I would go to hit somebody, be like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, why have it in two
ineffective.
different slots? Why have it in two different slots if it's just gonna go into the melee slot? What's even the fucking point, Larian?
Anyway.
But that'll fit in my pack.
Green eggs and spam. Listen, I said I don't mind it, but we're being respectful to Gigi, okay? Take it up with her.
Okay, wow. I hate fun. I don't want anyone having fun unless it's in my chat.
A sun fucker. I mean...
I suck all of the fun. Every last bit of it.
Hey, I am a sun.
It's all coming together. Oh, yeah. We having fun? I don't know. That depends. On your opinion of me sucking the fun out of every room. ruining
How you feel about
everyone's
her
lives.
fucking the sun every day?
Listen, you know what? Perennium sunning's a thing.
It's true. You are supposed to sun your
This is where the
anus.
fun begins.
This is where the fun begins.
You're having fun despite me? Wow. I knew it. I knew it! Okie dokie.
Hokey.
We successfully...
On the other side, you'll find a passageway.
Oh.
Known only to those invited to do business.
They're doing their business? They're pooping? Here?
Don't
Where are
worry.
you?
Oh, don't worry. I got this.
Oh, okay. I didn't know we were doing... Oh? 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 I look and I see all of the things happening.
All falling. It's so great.
Oh? Okay. We're fighting rats. We're fighting rats. Hey, Boom.
Oh, you're in the fight.
Yeah. I didn't get to see what was going on. That's so many rats. Here, have some acid. And then get mocked.
Are you mocking a rat?
Yeah. Whom can I shoot? Nobody. I would need to move.
Mocking. Yeah, what's mogging mean, Horseman?
Yeah, explain it. Boom, how are you this weekend? I hope you're doing well. You're... You make silly faces. There shouldn't be any youths here to confirm. Resting finally? Good. Youths.
No youths.
No youths.
Light on my feet.
These two youths. What is a ute? Oh.
Why are you saying "oh" every time I kill something?
It's fun. Oh. 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 Utes tater chips.
Get it.
Oh, that doesn't do damage?
Oh. Okay, rats, fucking chill. Can I...
Oh, you mean Utz potato chips. But they are still good.
I can't reach my destination because this rat is in the way.
Rat!
Here we go again on my own. Going down the only road I've ever known. Fuck.
Look at this rat that you've just burned with acid, and he's crispy. His skin is like melted and like pulsating.
Good.
Did you say good?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Murder.
That's actually murder.
One of the worst.
Murder.
Of all.
Also illegal.
Also illegal.
Also illegal. Your body's been hit by a summon after this long week, but at least you can relax now, so that's good. Well, they all saved. That's bullshit. These rats look sad. These dead rats.
Tee-hee. Wow.
Tee-hee. T and, dare I say, P.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
What? How did you survive? You have 1 HP. You dumb rat. One HP.
One hippo.
One hippo.
An entire hippo? Wow. I'm gonna mock this rat. How did you save? Okay. Ugh. This would be so great if Astarion wasn't there.
They're super rats. Wow. Did you guys hear that? She said it would be great if Astarion wasn't here. Wow.
I said wasn't there.
Yep. She
because
said this whole playthrough would be better if Astarion wasn't here, she said.
Yep.
Crazy.
Exactly what I said. 100%.
Crazy.
Those words are exactly the words that I...
Crazy. What a hater.
I'm the biggest hater. Wow. I hate everything and everyone. Everything that
crazy.
you love, I
Literally,
hate.
She does everything that I love. Yep.
Get charmed, rat. Okay. I can't. The rats are saving. The rats are saving against my fucking charm, against my fucking vicious mockery.
My lucky
These are
charms.
fucking rats, bruv.
The fucking rats, bruv.
I'm talking. Toenail-tasting trout.
Where are these leftovers?
Leftovers?
Oh, these guys. Oh.
Okay.
Getting close. The wine cellar. There's a hidden door that leads further in. The mechanism to open
Oh my god, there's so many
is
rats to
somewhere
loot.
among the wine racks.
Oh, I can't loot the rats?
What are you gonna loot in the rats? I just want to know.
The plague. I don't know.
The plague. Yeah.
Could be.
I need to rest. Something.
We could weaponize it.
We could weaponize it. Weaponized.
This dick.
Yup. Exactly what I was thinking, actually. Some RE9 shit.
Seems simple enough.
Man, we should play Resident Evil 9. It looks so fun.
Imagine playing Resident Evil 9.
Imagine playing Resident Evil 9.
Imagine playing it. Imagine playing it on release day. at
Imagine
midnight.
playing it like an hour after it releases because you had to unpack it for a fucking hour because Steam decided that it'd be really fucking funny to not actually unpack the game prior to the midnight release, and you had to sit live on stream for an hour while it unpacked.
With friends or whatever.
Oh, words on stream.
Imagine something like that ever happening.
Imagine something like that happening. That'd be so crazy. It'd be so embarrassing.
So crazy. I don't know about embarrassing. Embarrassing for Steam,
For
more like.
Steam.
What happens if I push this button? Nothing.
What are you doing? Oh my gosh, you're just.
I was looting! Wow. Do you not want me to have camp supplies? Do you not want all of these supplies?
I do.
There's
I
so
do.
much wine.
A few good words. Yeah, yeah. Everyone had a few good runs with words. I'm gonna level BT dubs.
Yeah, I should probably do that. I was fucking killing it with words on stream. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Y'all are welcome.
I can do 2 level 6 spells now. Crazy.
Crazy. Feet.
Feet. I don't get feats anymore because I cross-classed.
Multi-class. Feet. Oh, my fucking head. I'm gonna die.
No.
No.
Don't do that.
I could get tough and get myself more hit points.
Do it.
Do it?
That's great. Do it. Die? You want me to die, horseman?
Holy shit.
Wow. Imagine. I'm just a girl. I'm gonna increase my dex by 2. Now you're laughing about the fact that you want me to die? Oh my god. Additional rage, amazing. Do I want to change my bestial heart? Probably not. I like eagle. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with eagle. Feet. I could increase her strength.
Do.
Ba-da-da-bow. What's the one? Mage Slayer. Could be fun. I might do that. Yeah. I'm gonna go Mage Slayer. That's fun. Bam.
Boom, baby!
It's not bam, it's boom.
Boom, baby.
Boom, baby. Water, alcohol. Oh, a cutting board. Hell yeah. I'll take that. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Why are you not highlighting things? Hello?
Okay, that took a very long time. I didn't know what I wanted to do with Astarions.
That's okay. We're just chilling.
Okay, up the stairs.
Yeah.
The cellars are just down the stairs. There, you will find my old lodgings.
Are we outside now?
I wouldn't give you anything I wouldn't eat myself.
Well,
oh.
Kind of.
Cat.
Look where
Samba. Whoa. Oh.
Look, Tambourine. A servant
Look,
comes
Tambourine.
to us. Kill those rats, would you? When they're dead, the other servants will feed us.
They're dead.
You're not a bad friend, Franklin.
Huh?
Thank you for the streak.
Oh, streaking.
Some fruit this time, would you believe it? Hello, servant ape. Would you kill those rats, please?
I did.
Their presence vexes me.
Vexes me. Oh, I can't steal any of this. Oh, okay. Hello.
Oi! We got rats in cellar. We also got cats, but cats are useless. So
Wow,
how about
what?
you kill the rats?
We did. They're dead.
You did? Very clever. Good job. Yes. Here, you take this.
Good job.
Yeah, the servant ape. Hello again.
Look at that pretty kitty. Nasty cats. Wow. What do you mean? Waldo Walnut? Monstrously droll.
Snappy dresser, that Willoughby. Though he should lose the monocle.
Lose the monocle.
He can keep casting it all night long. Hey, smart stuff. I'm Willoughby, the comedian. And we got a little contest here called a Laugh Riot.
Oh, no. No.
Oh, here you go.
Oh, shit. Okay. What? Are you?
Hey, smart stuff. I'm Willoughby, the comedian. And we got a
Pretty
little
good at
contest
riots. What is it?
It's all about the Boffo-Yoks. We see who can tell the funniest stories, and the winner gets the prize.
Okay.
Great! I'll go first to show you how it's done, and then you can see if you can top me.
Oh, I can top you.
Hello, Baldurians! You know, I wouldn't be
Lol.
here tonight, except my wife ran off with a cambium. That's right. I got fiend zoned. We used to have a drow comedian. I had to ask her to stop casting Tasha's hideous laughter on the audience. Then I asked her how many drow it takes to light a torch.
Excuse me?
And she said, none. We have dark vision.
Hi.
So I killed her.
The elf song patrons think that one's funny. There may be hope for you yet.
Your turn, smart stuff. Knock 'em down.
Thanks for the drow
Not
jokes
literally.
in my face, bitch.
You're only half drow. I'm full drow. It's only half offensive to you.
He said, "Shatter." I hardly know her.
If that's the best you got, smart stuff, you should quit before the crowd gets angry.
I think it's funny. Shut up. What do you call a room full of people who don't applaud? Dead. I'm not that intimidating. Reptile dysfunction.
Win or lose, I'm stealing that one.
Ugh. Clap or I'll rip out your spines. I don't have balls. Oh my god. What's his nose has? How does he smell it? I have eaten its brain. Ugh.
What a stinker.
Cured ham.
Okay. Person applauds from the back of the room.
I liked the
Probably
cured
out
ham
of
one.
pity.
Sorry, smart stuff. No joy
Wow.
for you, I'm afraid. But that sounds like job security.
Okay. These people suck.
That's why they're called steel jobs, right? They're watching to see if you're stealing.
I'm not funny. Are we done?
In here, yeah. We should rest before we go back.
For decades, all we needed to build the
Okay.
steel.
Cazador. Oh, wait, I have an idea, and I want to see something.
Yeah.
And
Trust
you
no one.
might be able to do the same thing. Oh, shoot. Okay, Gale's... Who's level 1? Is there anyone who's level 1? Jahira. Okay.
Where?
Will is also level 1. Okay.
Oh, am I going to camp?
Yeah. So, I want to try and see...
Shouldn't have wished
There's
to
the
live in more
achievement
interesting
for
times.
multi-classing into all classes without asking withers to change your class, and I'm wondering if you can do it with a companion.
Gods, you're beautiful. Oh, darling, I'm hurt. It sounds...
I have something to ask.
You can? Nice. So I'm wondering, so I'm gonna try it with Jahira. If it works with Jahira, you should try it with Will.
Okay. We'll see if
I
that
look
gives us both
forward
the
to
achievement.
day
'Cause that would be
also,
great.
yeah.
Archduke, that his tongue is not half so silver. We can
Silver.
still use as you wish.
Okay. Hold on. Should be right. Okay, so she starts as druid, so we'll add a barbarian class. And then
Gonna be so strong.
yeah, I tried to do it with a what are they called? The hirelings. But the one that I'm on currently in my personal playthrough, I'm not level 12.
Oh, sure.
What have you done to Jahira? I have completely ruined everything.
She's getting the multi-class treatment.
A multi-class.
Yeah. Multi-class.
I got it. Did you get it?
Nope.
Alright, so you'll just have to do the same thing to Will.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is she like... Oh, she's dragon now. That's so funny. What have I done? Shrewd barbarian. Bard, cleric, fighter, monk, paladin, ranger, rogue, sorcerer, warlock, wizard.
Okay, how do you do this?
Draconic ancestry.
How do you multi-class?
So when you go to level, in the top corner next to the thing, there's like a plus.
Yeah. Add class barbarian.
Yeah. And then you just literally just do one for each one. You know?
Level 3, add class. Baird. Accept.
Looking ahead. Just thought of something.
Yes?
Choice is pending. I don't
You're sure?
want to make a choice. Thunderwave, sure.
I was just literally hitting the plus sign, like I wasn't even selecting anything.
It got mad at me.
Yeah, I wasn't hitting confirm, I was just kept hitting plus.
Mm.
Yeah, and then accept.
Oh, I accidentally gave him a second level of bard without realizing it. My bad.
Yeah, that's not gonna work then. Yeah, it's not gonna work then.
Oh no.
Oh, you can you get out? Can you just like cancel? No, I don't think you can. I think it's gonna keep the ones you've got.
Yeah. It would be Will. Yes, Will fucked it up, not me. Yes, correct.
Later then.
Halcyon is 5. I mean, the other thing we can do is we can wait until we get the last person. You can try with him too.
Well, are we gonna level up at another point?
Yeah, but there's 12 classes, so you can't have any doubles at all.
What do you mean?
To get the achievement, you have to put 1 level in every single class. So if you already put 2 in Bard, it's not gonna work.
Right, but if we go to level 13, then there will be another...
No, 12's done. It's only 12 in Baldur's Gate. I know it's 20 in D&D, but it's only 12 in Baldur's Gate.
Don't waste a step.
Gods, you're beautiful. Lead.
My game is freaking out.
Oh, did you go? It looks like it. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I'm back. Refresh my stream if you've got both of us up.
Refresh everybody.
Yeah, if you've got both of us up, you're gonna need to refresh mine. Sorry. It looks like I'm done leveling him up, I guess. Hello?
Level 2 wizard, okay.
Nothing matters.
That's okay. There's one more person that we can still manage to get, so you can try it with him too.
Karlak, I need you. Let's hope. Okay. Clip clop, clip clop, clip clop. Oh, let me do a little inventory management really quickly.
Oh, you
I've
know
got a
what
lot
you
of
could
shit
have
going.
done? We can do it another time. It doesn't need to be right this second. Since you did accidentally put some stuff into Bard for Will, you can get the Bard achievement, and we can just go play some music.
Oh, fun.
Do it.
What was I doing? Inventory management, right.
Inventory management.
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 Do 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 do.
Manam.
Do 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 do.
Manam. Alright, ready to go, Eeps?
Better not be cursed.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Alright, anyone want to talk now? No? Okay.
Nor.
Nor. Nor.
Or nor.
Or nor. Oh. Oh. Okay.
Oh. Hello?
They say that home is where a person can be their truest selves.
Ew.
Without guile.
Put your shirt on.
Without pretense. You did well to see off the Githyanki who had invaded mine. And now that you
Put
have
your
seen
shirt
where I
back
come
on.
from, you know all there is to know about me. At least, all that matters. The flavors of my favorite fiddlehead soup, should you wish to experience it for yourself.
Duke Belinstillman.
The garments with which I concealed and later constructed my appearance as the Emperor. We spoke of my relationship with Duke Belinstillman, a story I have told.
I was feeling confident to say you shouldn't.
I have no more secrets.
He's slimy and gross.
No need to resort to subterfuge. We are true allies now, working towards a common goal. The only way we were ever going to get close enough to the brain to destroy it was by working together. But few would trust a mind flayer. So I did what I had to convince you. I studied you, your motivations, your actions,
I don't
your
like
desires.
this dude.
I deduced the best way to align your goals with my own. Perhaps, at first.
Yeah,
I did
I'm not
consider
easy,
that you were
bitch.
just a problem to be solved. And not an easy one at that. But I persisted. I needed your absolute dedication to the cause. I anticipated the challenge, and I anticipated your resistance. What I didn't anticipate was how much I would.
No.
Okay,
Go
hold on
away.
a second. Hold on a second. Listen, hear me out.
Uh-huh.
So I also need this achievement, so why don't we save scum a little bit?
Okay.
Sometimes I felt almost like
Are you
we
gonna
were
save?
dancing.
Yeah, let me know when like you get to the point where like we have to actually answer him.
I don't. Okay. He's trying to flirt with me now.
Is there a put your tentacles in your mouth, Chief? There is an achievement for romancing the Emperor. The Emperor, yes.
Would you?
And
like
the worst
that?
part,
No, I do
the
not
worst
like
part is
that.
we have to do it separately. Bubbles tried to take one for the team and do it for me, and it does not count. We have to do it separately.
Okay. You
Okay.
saved already?
Saved.
Okay. There.
Oh,
Ugh.
You know, this might be our last chance
No.
to explore the
No.
possibility of a deeper
I
relationship.
don't want to watch.
You can make him be
Is that
your
something
Rohan, though.
want?
Okay. That I'll watch that.
The back of your mind warms with a rush of feeling.
Oh, we're
The
floating.
Emperor's
Oh, we're
feeling.
floating.
Heat,
Okay.
care, arousal.
Good. Not the tentacles. How do I make him my dream daddy because I'm not getting an option?
Cold, smelling faintly of vanilla.
He asked before.
Its breathing quickens as you pull him close to its face.
No.
Its excitement palpable.
I didn't see an option.
You pause a moment as a thought occurs to you. Where is a mind flayer's mouth?
I don't like
memory
it.
Stirs. Diagrams in a book you read long ago. A mind flayer's mouth is underneath the tentacles.
I don't like it.
I understand. The Elder Brain's heart. It was
Oh,
intelligent
okay.
before.
Hold on, I have to reload.
With its hive mind established
Oh, no.
across the city. It is well on its way to becoming.
You have to reload. Okay, reload.
I was because you can ask him because he'll be like, if you're not into it, I can be the other thing.
Because I'm not into it. Not at all.
No, this is pod. You want a pod rating? Pod racing? I thought I had it, but I guess not.
Sometimes I felt almost like we were dancing away.
We're lagging.
Like
We're
that?
lagging. We're lagging. Okay. Perhaps. Maybe if I say perhaps.
Is it? We have
Oh,
experienced
why is mine
much together.
like lagging too?
Consider this an opportunity for further mutual exploration.
So laggy. Oh my god.
Mine is too, which is really weird.
Hello?
The back
Still
of your
no
mind
option to
warms
make
with a
him
rush of
not look
feeling.
like a
The
tentacle
Emperor's
man.
feeling. Heat, care, arousal.
So laggy. Holy shit. It's not lag, it's slow motion because you're in love. Uh-huh. Look at that booty shot.
Alright, are you at lean in or pull away?
Yeah, I'm at lean in and pull away.
I don't know.
I'm gonna try pulling away and see. Nope. Nope. That wasn't it.
Need to reload again?
Yeah. Ugh. All of this just to get one achievement.
I know.
We must suffer. Have you gotten an option to make it look like...
No, I'm trying to figure it out. Hold on. Maybe I can Google.
Hang on.
Sometimes I felt almost like we were
I dropped
dancing
again.
away
Refresh.
towards something deeper.
I don't know what it is about this game.
Yes, it says the Emperor can take the form of your customized Dream Guardian for the scene.
How? Maybe this feels quite unexpected? Do you wish it?
Would you like that?
I'm not stopping you? I haven't tried that one.
Is it? Do you wish it?
Uh-huh.
You feel it's free. You pause and a memory stirs. diagrams in a book he read.
I can make this.
There you go. I can make this easier for you. Okay, got it.
No, how?
Ask him to part his tentacles.
Oh, oh, I got your cheeb. I got your cheeb.
Oh, fuck you. It's okay. She's my hot babe anyway.
If I could get him to
yeah,
look like my.
So you just have to ask him to part his tentacles, and he goes, "I can make this easier for you." Oh, those are boobies.
Those are boobies. Oh. Uh-oh. Are we gonna, like, fuck?
Oh, yeah, you fucking.
Ever dreamt of and more. The single greatest experience of your life.
Nice. Sorry. You didn't leave me much energy to spare to maintain appearances.
I will never succeed this history check, apparently. Oh.
It seems the tadpole allowed
Would you mind
to
parting
share more
those
than you would have
tentacles?
liked with your
Disgusting.
companions.
I said I'd protect you from
Oh,
the accident,
damn.
not each other. And I was distracted. Don't worry. I'll make sure they don't remember a thing.
Please do.
Come. It's time to get dressed. We have work to do.
Oh my god, so much better. Hey! Oh, he grabbed my butt. He's grabbed me by the booty. Okay.
Why? For the achievement, bro. For the achievement.
The Elder Brain's
That's
hive
it.
mind has grown to monstrous proportions.
Ah,
And through the crown's magic, it has complete control
Ah!
over each and every member. It was intelligent before, but now, with its hive mind established across the city, it is well on its way to becoming indestructible.
No.
You should reconsider your attachment to your physical form. You have seen what an Illithid can do.
Oh, gross.
You have experienced
Gross.
the pleasure for yourself.
I want to see who watches
Imagine
GG.
some of that could be in your grasp. Not enough to warp your appearance beyond recognition, but just enough to enhance.
Oh, camp again.
It would make us even more compatible. As well as radically increasing our chances of success against the Elder Brain.
We can reload. Do you want to reload and not have this happen?
Ah! Stop!
Wait, why is
It's
this?
time to
Oh,
get
I'm watching
dressed.
GG's.
We have work to do.
We got the achievement. Okay, goodbye.
Do you want to reload? Do you want to reload so this is not a thing?
Please. I just wanted the. I had actually. You know what? Yes, I did. I want the achievement. I like achievements. I'm still upset.
Sometimes I felt almost like we were dancing away.
No, I'd rather we stick to business. Thank you.
Let's move on to the. You should reimagine.
Hi, Ferret. Okay.
The Elder Brain's hive mind
Just literally just for the achievement.
We literally save scummed it, Ferret.
Crown's magic. It has complete control over.
And then we save scummed it a couple more times to make sure that we did it so that we had our companion, our guardians rather than him.
With its hive mind
I needed to make out with the Dream Daddy, not Tentacle Man.
It is well on its way to becoming indestructible. You should reconsider your attachment to your physical form. You have seen.
Okay, bye, Ferret. It was nice to see you.
Imagine some of that.
Okay, first of all, can we say that 13% of people have this, and less people have the go on a date with Karlak achievement? I just want to say.
To enhance your potential.
13% of people have this, and 5% of people have the Karlach one. I just want to point that out.
Success against the Elden Ring.
Unacceptable.
Think on it.
As you drift
I
into
should probably
sleep,
eat
you
real
feel a
food and not just
certain
random handfuls of jelly beans.
The mind flare
I've
was
had
very
chocolate,
quick to abandon
a
its
hamburger, and
attentions on you.
a cider. Why are we in Astarion now? What?
What?
I was showing Astarion. That was funny.
Is that blood?
What's unacceptable, Wolfie?
Never mind. Light on my feet.
It's like it never happened. Come on.
It never happened. Karlach doesn't need to know.
Scotty
Multiple things
doesn't
are
know.
unacceptable.
Scotty doesn't know. Whoa.
So don't tell Scotty. Scotty
Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know.
That's just a gimmick. The Steel Watch don't need to talk. They're guards.
All right, let's go finish Astarion's shit.
Oh yeah. Where you at?
Cazador's dungeon. Why are only 5%? I don't actually know the answer to that.
Might be useful.
But yeah, it's only
It is
5%. Maybe because it's such a late game achievement?
Durgan. You first. Sorry.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Just like the door to the ballroom upstairs, this door features no keyhole, but does have an indentation.
My girlfriend.
The ring slots perfect.
So many boobies in that cutscene, bro. It's so sweet. And then so
Approaching the
many
cells,
boobies.
You're met with hollow-eyed faces.
There's a little bit of
There's an
fingering
almost
as
physical
well.
Stink
I
of
listen.
decay and neglect.
Ah! Just a
I
little.
don't even know what this prison is. He hid all of this from
Okay,
me.
this actually gets like real
And
dark
the others.
in here, so just like
heads up.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, I'd say they're part of his ritual. But where in the hells do they come from?
You. I know you. You're the one from the tavern. You smiled and joked and got me drunk.
No.
Uh-oh.
You're dead.
You called me so many sweet things. My name sounded like a lyric on your tongue.
Sebastian.
You remember me.
You were handsome. Shy. You'd never been kissed.
You taught me how. And then you destroyed me.
It can't be.
Oh.
Don't. Not now. I know so many of these faces. They're my conquests. I pursued them, seduced them, and brought them to Cazador. He told us he was feeding on them, but he turned them to spawn. He turned every last one, so we'd have souls for this cursed ritual.
How long?
What?
How long have I been down here?
170 years. You were one of my first.
My family.
My friends. They're gone. You took them from me. You took everything from me. There's no escape. No escape for us. And no escape for you, Astarion.
Oh, shit.
This nightmare never ends, and it's your fault. You did this, damn you! I damn you to the hells! I damn you to misery! I damn you!
I hope so.
Oof.
Hi, Dave.
Gods above.
Hello.
He kept Sebastian. I should have known what Cazador was capable of.
Shame.
He's played us for such fools. And not just 7 spawn to placate the devil. 7 spawn and 7,000 souls bound to them in blood. Everyone, whoever trusted me enough to let down their guard, innocents, idiots, and the unlucky. It doesn't matter. I will need to sacrifice them all if I want to perform the ritual.
Interesting.
What's the point? They're as good as dead. I thought they were dead. If they are unleashed, they will cause incredible carnage.
Breakdancing in the back of this really
They will be
serious
ravenous.
conversation.
They must die.
Listen, she's got ADHD. She's got to
Better
get
than
her
serve a
energy
purpose.
out.
Okay, so. I want to say this one because this is the one I want to say, but I want to say this one.
Gods, I can't say you're wrong. I can only say I'm so glad we didn't meet then. I don't even want to think what would have happened to you.
Oh.
Many of them are petty criminals, street drunkards, and brothel goers. But
Karlak.
From time to time, there was a Sebastian.
She can move and listen or stay still. Sure.
Okay, so this. Okay, this is it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I don't want to give anything away, but the only thing that I will say is there will become a point where Astarion will get taken. We have a very short amount of time to get him.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right.
We're all hungry.
Do my best.
Who stands before us? Is this truly our prodigal son? Do not slouch before me, boy. Have you no respect for yourself? Look at you, crawling back after abandoning your family. You should be begging our forgiveness.
Forgiveness? You've never forgiven anything. Every mistake, every slip was punished.
I strove for perfection in all things, even those as imperfect as you.
Okay,
A
this
pity
bitch.
you amounted to so little, despite my efforts.
No! No. Fuck you.
Yeah.
And fuck everything you've ever done to me!
Yeah!
They told me you had changed. I dared not believe it. Oh, thankless child. Did I not bless you with our immortal gift? Did I not make you what you are?
You son of a bitch.
You truly forgot my power. You truly thought our bond as creator and creation was all that stopped you from killing me? Oh, you are weak, my child. You are a small, pathetic little boy who never amounted to anything. But today, you will finally do something worthwhile. You will burn, and I will ascend.
Ugh. Oh.
No! Stop him! Get me out of this!
Got it.
Witness
That's
the
a problem.
birth of the Vampire Ascendant! Ecce Dominus!
Because this part can go very wrong, Horseman.
Fight on if you must!
Getting over 60, that's insanity.
Can I even hit him when he's like this?
Okay, I'm sorry. We have to.
What do we need to do?
Reload. Oh shit! I don't think I even can. I don't have Misty Step on.
Okay.
But I don't know. Our last reload was in. Hold on. Let me see.
I think our last one was the Emperor.
Ellie, stop it. No, we have Ellie, stop. We have the autosave right after we rested, so let's go there.
Okay. I'm down.
This is Astarion we're talking about, exactly.
It's important.
It's important.
It's the most important.
No, but for real, like it is like his story is actually like really sad.
Yeah.
Like his story is actually really deep and really sad.
Oh no, for sure. Like, yeah. I give shit, but like.
Okay.
It's for the look.
Let me put this on actually properly.
Properly.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Oh my god. Why am I? Oh my god.
Let's get rid of that.
I wonder if I need to reload the game. I'm so laggy right now. I've dropped frames. I wonder if I don't know.
Get rid of.
You like stories and lore, but you don't get into it like we do? That's fair. Everyone finds value in different things in games, and that's
Yeah,
fine.
exactly.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Ellie, honey, I love you very, very much, but this is Astarion. I can't play with you. Serious shit.
It's important.
Need to find a way forward.
That's hilarious and adorable.
Let's see
this
what
is
this
some
does.
serious shit right now, Ellie.
Oh, I didn't realize that you left.
Upstairs. The rings.
I just went in the side door.
I'm not there. Give me a second.
We've been over this. Come on.
Ellie, your daddy's in trouble. Oh my god. Hello.
Hello. I don't know what this is, so let's see what this is.
On the pillow rests a skull with a scroll clamped in its bony jaws. The skull's empty eye sockets flare with an eldritch gleam. You feel invited somehow to witness the skull's memories. It seems urgent. This skull is all that remains of the vampire Velioth. He turned Cazador, gave him the gift, and then taught him the rules of vampiric existence.
Wisdom. I have so much wisdom. I don't have any wisdom.
I'd wait.
Your attention wanders for a moment, and you miss the import of Velioth's ghostly whisper. Velioth recalls when Cazador reached out to a former friend. His punishment was to watch as Velioth drained his friend dry.
You're not even in your bed. If people wanted to watch you, they can't.
She's like, I do not want to be perceived.
No, she does not.
Velioth's second lesson is that power comes from solitude. To share with others is to be weak, and to be weak is to fail and die.
And die.
Velioth recalls when Cazador rebelled against him. Cazador suffered 11 years of impalement because he failed.
Yeah, I forgot the next couple lines, but there it goes.
I'm not using any inspiration. I'm gonna need them.
Allow your focus to waver, and Velioth's words drift away, lost in the mists of time. Velioth recalls Cazador, his lessons learned, killing him in the rite of perfect slaughter. How they both laughed. Velioth recalls
Cazador how we laughed.
boiling the flesh from his skull, and then, to mock him, clamping his schooling scroll in Velioth's jaws. The skull's eyes flash a final time, and its jaws sag open. The scroll with all of Cazador's rituals is yours. Velioth is no more.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
These precious rules.
Thank you for the scroll of many scrolls. Scroll of all the many scrolls. Scroll. Everybody! Alright, I have to do the Sebastian thing again.
It's okay. Do you want to
Just
save
like the door to the
after?
ballroom upstairs, this door for the ring
I'm coming. Oh. I'm coming. Hold on. Hold on, wait for me.
Approaching the cells, you're met
or
with
don't.
hollow-eyed faces.
You can leave the
There's an almost
conversation and then
physical
walk in and
stink
join the
of
conversation again.
decay and neglect.
What do we do when that tall freak comes back?
You're like, wow, I don't even want you listening to my
I don't
conversation.
even know what this prison is.
You dumb
We
bitch.
can skip this. We can skip this.
Sebastian, it can't.
Beneath the dirt and blood, you notice that every prisoner has a rune carved into their flesh.
Then they're bound to the Black Mass too. Bound
that
through
last
the
time.
scars. Through me. I know these faces. Every one that shares my scar. They're my conquests.
Conquests.
I pursued them, but he turned them to spawn. How long? What? One up. You took them from
Ellie,
me.
come on.
You took
Ooh, this one didn't come up last time.
from me.
Because I didn't perceive it.
No perceive.
Help. There's no helping us while that monster lives.
That's why we're here. To destroy Cazador.
You can't. It's not possible.
Cazador.
And then? What happens to us?
Ravenous spawn.
I don't know. I just don't want to die down here.
Poor little guy.
Whatever you do, just do it quickly.
That's what she said.
I can't go on waiting.
We'll be back. You have my word.
Okay.
Great.
Can we
Do you want
talk
to do
him
another save?
again? Hell yeah. I'm gonna talk to him first and then we'll save.
Oh, okay.
Gods above. He kept Sebastian. I should have known what Cazador was capable of. Ah, he's played us for such fools. And not just 7 spawn to placate the devil. It doesn't matter.
All this.
I will need to sacrifice them all if I want to perform the ritual.
I think I did this one last
What's
time.
the point? If they are unleashed, they will cause incredible carnage. God, I don't even want to think what would have happened to you. Many of them are butts.
Okay. Alright. Saving. Opening. Alright, same thing as last time. We saved Horseman, thank you. I'm gonna do the exact same thing. Just let him talk it out. Because he gets captured no matter how you do it anyway.
Look at you, crawling back after
Forgiveness. You've never forgiven anything. Every mistake,
Forgiveness.
every slip.
It's more than saying
I
sorry.
strove for perfection in all things, even those as imperfect as you.
He is perfect.
A pity you amounted to so little, despite my efforts.
No.
Perfectly imperfect. No one's perfect.
No, he's perfect.
Fuck.
Perfect, perfect, perfect.
And fuck everything.
You're
you've
so
ever
right.
done to
My
me.
bad.
They told me you had
No, he's
changed.
perfect. He's perfect.
I dared not believe it. Oh, thankless child. Did I not bless you?
You son of a bitch.
You punch him in the face. Oh, he's
Alright,
not gonna
alright,
punch
alright, alright. Okay.
Oh shit. Okay, I can hit him. Hold on, let me see. Let me examine him real quick.
Who can play at that shit?
He is currently
Call out
resistant
someone and
to
take a
bludgeoning,
taste.
piercing, slashing, and necrotic.
Yes, necrotic does nothing to him.
Yeah.
I believe
could-
radiant is good against him. I believe.
What else is probably? It doesn't. It's not in his like. He's not vulnerable to it.
Is that guy the
You know
leader of
what?
Astarion's? He's Astarion's master. So he is the vampire that turned Astarion into a vampire. So the way that the vampire hierarchy works is basically like you become more or less a slave to the vampire who created you. Like, he can control you and do everything. But right now, because Astarion has the mind flayer thing in his head, Cazador cannot control him. That is how Astarion got out in the first place.
Look here!
Yeah, well.
So Astarion wants to kill Cazador while Cazador cannot control him.
Okay.
See, that's why I'm like, it's deep. Like, his shit gets deep. You know, he's been abused mentally, sexually, you know, for 200 years, and then has been forced to do it to other people for 200 years as well. Which is why you find out, like, he actually confesses to you, like, that he doesn't enjoy sex, and, like, sex gives him, like, PTSD, and, like, he asks, like, can we just, like, not have sex anymore? Because, like, he's been doing it to people for 200 years.
Oh, that really hurt me. That hurt me so badly.
It's Brittany, bitch.
Hi, Britt.
Hi, Britt. Can I dash? No, that will be my... Okay. Alright, I'm going to get these guys for now.
Okay, I'll just go here.
And I guess I can get Astarion on the next turn, maybe, hopefully.
How do we get him?
I'm on him. I just have to like help, like, be able to touch him, but I'm like 6 or 9 feet short.
No sex, boo? I mean, he doesn't want it.
But I already had sex with him. Like,
yeah, but still.
Are we balding her gate? Oh, so much.
We've balded so much gate. Are they just dying, like, against your spirit guardians?
Yeah. Yeah, how was your day, Britt, by the way?
I really was gonna dash all to me? Okay. Okay, this feels excessive. Okay. Hi, everyone. Fucking rude. Oh, she's asleep. Okay,
Recitals, plural. Dang. Did they go as well? Did they go well? Like, you know, everything go good? Britt, we need to finish our Baldur's Gate, even if we just do like 2 hours a day. Because you need to finish this game.
Okay, well, that's all I got. Because I'm nauseated.
I just want to show you. Where is it? Is it this one? 1 hour and 33 minutes of playtime. I just want to show you.
Nice. I'm about to be dead.
You're doing great. I don't think that counts character creation, if I'm being honest. I don't think it does. Oh, it's my turn.
Yeah. Because Karlak is asleep.
Okay, I have rescued Astarion.
Great.
Right. Can I healing word you, question? Are you... Oof, okay, you're not quite close enough. If I go over here, will you be close enough? You are... Bestie.
Amazing.
Bestie.
Thank you so much, Bestie.
Bestie! I got you, Bestie!
Karlach is still asleep, but hey, guess what? I'm not on death's door at this exact moment. If he decides to fucking blight me again, though, then, well, that's just a whole other thing. Because he blighted me for 69 damage.
69.
69. Oh, now they're coming after you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He missed. Oh, he didn't miss. Don't. 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 Oh, thank God.
Don't.
Now she's panicked. Could you stop eye biting my girlfriend? I still can't do shit. God
Can you
damn it.
Misty Step? Like, you gotta get out of there.
No.
You don't have any AoE? You don't have, like, Cloud of Daggers or anything?
I'm a rogue.
Yeah, I had Cloud of Daggers on my rogue.
No, the problem is I was knocked down, so I get up and I don't have any actions.
You get up again and never gonna keep me down?
I can Misty Step, but then I can't heal is the problem.
Well, you should pour out.
I also think I should probably heal, but like, if he blights me again, I'm just gonna be down again.
Yeah, but he's probably not gonna go for you. He's probably gonna go for Astarion now.
Probably. That's what I thought before, but then he did go for me, and I don't even know. It's because I hit him. Well, I won't be leaving. Okay. Great, my rage ended.
Alright, I need to swap to me.
I can't rage. I can't do anything. All I can do is fucking run. Because I'm fucking scared.
Okay, and then...
Hello? Faction has disadvantage. It must run from the source of its sphere and can't take any additional actions. Okay. So then let me fucking run, bitch.
Oh! I was... Okay, first of all, I just want to let you know, I was double-clicking on Cazador because I was trying to see where the fuck he was. So that was not on purpose, and I'm sorry.
Okay.
That was 1000% not on purpose. I was trying to find Cazador.
That's hilarious. Can I do
Here, I can heal
I can't
you.
even run. Can I run?
Hold on.
I can't do anything.
There you go. There you go. I'm sorry.
Death's cold grip.
Alright, Cazador's over there, so I'm going to... That's fine.
I guess I can't move.
Son. Ooh. Can
Even
Karlach
though it
move
says-
at all?
No, I've been trying to.
You have to cancel your end turn.
No, I know. I can't move.
What?
She's fearful.
Oh shit, you might get hit with this. I'm sorry. If you get hit, you get hit. I'm sorry.
Because Gertrude's in there too.
No, Gertrude's not gonna get hit. Karlach will though.
She's fine. She's a tank.
Wow, it's like barely any damage to him. Okay.
The thing says that all that the person can do is run away, but it won't let me run away, and I'm pissed.
Done.
Okay. Okay. This is okay so far.
lobster. This fucker.
Regretting
I
not
hate this
buying an
guy.
energy drink.
Could you not have done that, please? Okay, well.
Did fish work? Do I need to reset fish? I didn't even notice. I might need to reset it. I left it on overnight.
Oh, these stupid fucking bats. Okay. Apparently, bats are immune to whatever. Just attack me. It's fine.
If you will not partake in the ritual,
The ritual.
Ritual.
Can I not be panicked anymore? I don't think so.
Incapacitated. Paralyzed.
the ascension is inevitable.
I can't do shit. I can't even rage. Like, I don't know why the game's not just telling me that I can't do anything. I guess Karlak's just gonna fucking stand here and die. Okay.
Bert, I think you did yours right as it was reloading, by the way. So.
Ow, stop. How are you able to do something when you're frightened? If we're frightened, we can't do shit. Nice. That's nice.
No, it's Gigi's channel. It's Gigi's channel subscription, and then the night rain.
What is?
Britt asked if it was a lights out badge.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
I don't know. It's not.
God, I'd really like to do something. I can't do shit.
This way.
Cheese. I would like some cheese. I'm hungry. More jelly beans. Oh, okay.
Girl dinner.
Girl dinner, oh girl dinner.
Okay, I should have brought everyone back up. Nice, it did. Okay. That's fine.
Cool.
That's fine.
Go up. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I can't do anything.
That was actually on me. That's a joke right now.
That's fucked.
Ellie, stop it. Well, I wasted my turn on that. Sucks. Ellie! I don't know what you're yipping about.
This has gotten away from us. Like, I couldn't do shit with Karlach the whole time. I still can't do shit.
Well, I'm dead, so let's just reload.
Yeah. I was fucking stupid.
I'm gonna fly through this conversation again.
Gotta get
save it again.
The reload lag worked through on my end, apparently.
That's crazy. It's
Who
making my
stands
shit lag too.
Look at you. Crop.
No.
Ugh.
Okay.
I can't. Okay. Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, sure. You go first.
Yeah, he's got crazy.
Yeah, I had crazy initiative the first time I went before him. It was great. Go. Go.
2
Go.
nails today? Boo.
God. So, lurk. Lag. Did it hit? I don't know. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah, it tracks. I'm stinky. You gonna attack me?
much for peace.
Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep.
Did you kill all the kids? Not yet. We're still in the fight. Hi, Arhan.
Oh, is that a little spoiler that you just gave me there, Arhan?
He's using kids, but like it's the vampires downstairs.
Okay. Thank God I saved it that time. Jesus.
Our ritual is near complete. Can you feel its profane power?
Shut up. Oh, great. Great. I'm gonna bonus action disengage. Bonus action. But
I couldn't shove a bat. That's cool.
I'm just gonna run over here. And then I'm gonna do a little explodey. Just right. No. I don't want to get my girlfriend right here.
Nice.
Then I'm just gonna back the fuck up. Let's do a little cleave. And I guess I'll do you.
Yeah, this fight's not bad. It's a little annoying because he likes to just kind of be a bitch and hide in his little gas bubble form, but yeah. I like it too.
I'm just gonna dash. That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm apparently paralyzed now. That's cool. That was a critical hit. Why did she not take any damage on my screen? Oh.
Let's go.
Wait, where is he? He's over here. Can't touch him as a gas bubble.
A gas bubble.
So I'm going to. I have Astarion spec'd into Warlock because Gigi was playing as our rogue. So it's Eldritch Blast with a charisma multiplier.
Yeah. Let me be sneaky rogue. Okay, stop. I'm about to die. He missed. Oh, he didn't miss. Cool. And now she's sleeping? Wow. Okay.
Yerp. Exactly that.
I was gonna throw another explosive arrow. Oh, I'm up.
Mm-hmm. love spirit guardians.
Let me just. I love it. Let me just heal.
Yeah, do that.
Where's all my shit? Can't really move. They're all gonna get attacks of opportunity on me. I guess I'm just gonna exist. Sorry, Karlak.
But I've already won my
Oh! Nice.
Give you a little bit of room.
Appreciate that. Beep beep boop beep beep boop boop.
Oh, is he out? Oh, he's out. Okay. Let me see if I can line this shit up real good.
Yeah, it's so good.
Is he not gonna get hit with it? He's up above. That sucks. Okay, whatever.
Oh, that's dumb.
Yeah, it's whatever. My Blade Warlock and me specking Shadowheart into some Storm Cleric. There was nothing. I want to go sleep. I want to see the end of this. See how it goes.
Cool. Cool. This fucker. Ow. Both of them were critical hits? Okay.
will not save you, child. If you will not...
Okay.
Don't waste a step.
That didn't go great. Oh, he has a 1 hit point left? Oh, you fuck. Oh, Karlak. She's doing her best at sleeping. Oh. Nice. Saved my life.
Yeah. God damn, what do you mean? In a good way?
God damn.
What does that mean? Did I break it?
God damn.
What does that mean? Did I break it? Who's this other guy? Just that guy. That guy. Where's this wolf? Okay. You.
Ain't this fucking chatter teeth ass bitch to die. That was great. Oh man.
It's fine, I can cast it again.
That was so great though.
The pile.
Am I not sleeping anymore? Am I awake?
Okay.
I exist! Oh, he's out. Okay, what do I want to get him? Let me get him with...
These boots have seen everything.
Is he close enough for me to actually, like, hit him with my sword? Yes, he is. And then... Here, get blinded. Or don't.
Stealing a potion from you.
Go for it. You poor.
Ball lightning, yeah. Yes, Astarion is. He has Lathander's light.
I'm gonna get up in his business so he can't run away. I just wanted to push him.
Oh, he still will.
Make him feel... Oh yeah, but at least I can get an attack of opportunity on him.
I gotta get that guy over there.
Yeah, Chatterteeth, he's a bitch. Ow. Oh, I saved. Thanks.
All right, me again.
Hang on. Blinded by the light.
Nice. Okay.
Can I even... I don't think I can, yeah.
No, you can't hurt him like that. It's annoying.
Here. Yeah. I'll be here.
Let's have some carnage.
You've been so sleepy today you didn't notice getting ads? Ads from what? You're subscribed.
Thank you, Nikki. That's crazy. Almost 2 years.
Ow. Don't.
Yes, come into my spirit, guardians.
I don't care. You're just a fucking... I mean, stab you with my undead bullshit sword.
This is good.
You, come here. Stab him. Okay. Oh, I got this. Oh, I don't got this.
I got
Hell
it.
yeah.
Killing people now, playing with doodads later.
I think we both... We combo moved it.
He has smite? Bro, keep up. I'm amazing at this game.
Bro. Just
time to get going.
Dead.
Well, hello. No healing sleep for you. Wake up!
Oh. Get your hands off me, worm!
I'm not the one in One last thrust. And I'll be free of you. I'll never have to fear you again. But if I finish the ritual you started, I'll never have to fear anyone. Ever.
You think me a fool? That I would allow anyone to usurp me, speak the words, and ascend in my place? The runes I carved into your flesh bind you and all 7,000 souls to the ritual. Complete it, and those bearing the scars will be sacrificed, you included.
His voice is stupid. I hate him.
Means to an end. I made you to be consumed.
I am so much more than what you made me.
Yeah!
I can do this, but I need your help. These people died years ago. Trust me.
We just told Sebastian we'd free him.
A feral spawn, desperate for blood. If we release them, how many people will they kill? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. But if they die and I ascend, I won't have to rely on the parasite to walk in the sun. I'll be free. Truly, completely free. Isn't that what you want?
Ooh?
+4, it's a situational because of... Okay.
Mm-hmm. I didn't see the dice roll.
It's not 20.
Nice.
You can see the fear in his eyes, but also the hunger. The thick smell of blood in the air and the promise of power being so close is intoxicating to him. All he can see is the power of the ritual and the freedom that power brings. The freedom to do anything, to be anything.
I don't really have good rolls for this. This might suck. Okay.
Focus. This is all intense focus.
Nat 20, baby.
You.
Again?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, it's not showing me your dice rolls.
Can
That's
be better
crazy.
than them. But I'm not above enjoying this.
Oh yeah, no, kill him. Oh, oh, oh! Oh, baby.
Is it over? Is he...
Boobies.
Yes. He's gone.
Hi, YT.
What does that mean for us? It means you have a choice. You can hide here, living in the shadows like parasites. or you could be more than what he made us to be. You can choose differently, of course. But the consequences are on your head.
And what does it mean for them?
Girl, do you want to put a shirt on?
Now that is a question.
Cazador's staff controlled everything during the ritual. If it controls the cells too, you could decide their fate.
You knew you felt something off, that there were titties unseen?
You can hurt him when he's in the Misty Mist. I believe there are certain things that can hurt him. Like, I believe, like, radiant damage can hurt him when he's in Mist. But I think everything else he's immune to. Alright, so we have to have a conversation now. What do you want to do?
Oh, okay. I mean... That's a good question. Like, it feels mean to just kill them. Let's release them. They deserve the same chance you got, maybe? I don't know.
7,000 Astarions unleashed on the Sword Coast. It'll be a well-dressed flood of mayhem, at least.
The poor wretches in the cells are innocent. They shouldn't have to suffer just because I lured them here.
Like, that might have been a bad choice, but you know what?
We told Sebastian we were gonna free him.
We did. We can't lie to Sebastian.
They'll need someone to lead them. Take the tunnels into the Underdark. Find somewhere, well, not safe, but less perilous.
What? No, we can't.
Just try to keep them out of trouble.
He's got so much blood on him. Titties.
I think we're done here. Let's go.
Okay.
Nice. Let's loot. Oh, you gotta chat.
I do got the chat. Alright, ready?
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Oh.
He's gone. After all these years, these centuries. It's really over. I'm not sure. I feel a little numb. What I've lost.
That a lot. He's gone through a lot.
What I've gained. It's all too much. And God, all those spawn. Free in the Underdark. I need some time, I think. Just to let it all sink in. Let's just go. This place reeks of death, and I want to feel alive again.
Yeah.
Alright,
Don't worry,
let's
bestie.
loot.
Yup. We'll leave, but first...
I don't think there's actually anything in any of these bodies. I really don't.
Nuh-uh, there's a quarterstaff on Chatterteeth.
Oh, because I've done, like... The hunters don't have anything. The werewolves don't have anything. Yeah. Where's that go, I wonder?
One day I'll catch a break.
Hey, Bats, you got anything?
Hey, Bats.
Hey, Bats. Hey, what up, Bats? I want to go there. How do I go there?
So, fun fact.
Huh.
If you killed Astarion in the very beginning of the game, like when you met him, like some people have, because they're like, I don't like him, blah, blah, blah. His reanimated corpse shows up there in the ritual.
Whoops. Oh my god. Did I just drop a shit ton of frames again? Why is the bitrate red?
Looks good on my end, at least as far as I can see.
No traps, please.
Oh, that's a lot of bodies. Okay. No. I'm not trying to talk to anybody, I promise.
Wait, why does it still say that there's something to do here? About Castador? Huh? Castador. Right.
Is it just... We should tell Olma the good news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vampire spawned in that place. Yeah, interesting.
His coffin?
No, I'm just examine. That's examined you, not him. Okay, examine. Dead.
Yo.
Open.
Someone there.
Yes, I don't know.
Yeah, there's nothing here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Everybody's empty.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Why not both?
Are you gonna be okay now? Listen, I just really like this scene. I like the end of his story. I get invested in it. I like to watch it.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
He's making fun of me.
Making fun of you?
Yeah.
Well, that's not right. That's quite rude, in fact.
Killed one vampire, but released 7,000 of his spawn.
Okay, calm down.
Have you lost all sense?
They were innocents. To kill them would have been an even greater crime.
Yeah.
They were children. What of their fate?
Teach them how to
turned everyone
fight
brought him
vampires.
into
I don't fucking know.
I can only assume your children were somewhere in those wretched
No, you're not
cells.
kidding.
You'll find them in the Underdark, although you may not like what you find.
This is difficult news. We will need to decide what it means. Thank you for what you have done. Slaying Cazador was a great justice. As for the rest, well, time will tell.
Hey. But yeah, no, I'm good now. I just, like I said, I really like his story. I like the end of his story, especially. I just find it very, very powerful. I find it to be a very empowering scene for him. And it's very moving. Murder. It's very murder. The murder is very moving.
We moved through murder.
Moved for murder.
Murder move.
Murder movement.
Move murder.
A movement of murder.
You go Seeps now?
Actually, murder. One of the worst
Thank you for
crimes of
entertainment
all.
anytime, Arhan. I hope you have a good EPs.
Also illegal.
Eben.
Order in the court.
Eben's leaving. Where you going?
Why?
Oh.
And now I'm prone like 20 seconds later. Sure.
that was cute and bugged to shit.
Sure.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
There's something down here though, Questy.
Yeah. Like we had like, remember we turned around?
Oh yeah.
So we can like continue to go into here more.
Okay. Well, wait, where did you go?
To the place, to the door that's on the lower level. Okay. But my girl decided to just jump instead of walking around.
Is there a way to walk to it?
Yes, there is a way to walk to it. You just have to go around and not fucking just yeet off the edge like my girl did.
Where?
Or just jump.
I don't
Sometimes
see
we
a
walk,
place
other
to
times
walk.
we yeet.
I just don't see a place to walk.
So
I'll
yeet
just
then,
jump
I
to
guess.
here. I'll just jump to here. Just a little yeet.
Little yeet never hurt anybody, except for my 27 points of damage that it did.
Karlach, come on. I said jump.
A little yeet as a treat. Sure, exactly.
Yeet treat.
Watch your back.
Can't slow down.
So that's
Can't. You can't slow down.
What achievements am I missing now? I'm missing 9 achievements. Tactician mode. Oh, Gortash without. Okay, that's tough. I've done. I swear I've done that one. I swear I've done that one, and it never wants to give it to me every time.
Rude.
Oh my gosh, we do have Karlach though. We might be able to do the thing. Oh, you're here. Hi.
Hi. God, I'm so fucking tired. I'm so fucking tired, bro.
Tired, bro?
Tired, bro?
What path lies before me?
Are you talking to him now?
No, we have to lock this door.
Okay, I can do that. Right, to do the trick.
This door. Yeah, the thing.
Lock pick this door.
You know the thing, Britt.
She doesn't want to say it, so it doesn't spoil for me.
Yeah.
Oh, did we just short rest real quick?
Yeah, just wanted to get my little bit of health back.
I keep forgetting.
Hello.
What are we supposed to be doing?
Wizard told us to watch for troublemakers.
I'm not a troublemaker.
Troublemakers. What's this, cousin? Another absolutist come to see what we did to poor old Sarin.
Poor old Sarin.
Wait, why is it me?
And
Who knows?
burned the flesh from her bones. And now you come to interrupt the funeral rites. Yes, cousin. An excellent idea. Cousin says we will take you in return. He says you look just like
you're gross.
kindling for Sarin's funeral pyre.
You've probably seen it on TikTok, though, is what I was gonna say. Oh, fuck you. Well, I can use my inspiration because I nat 20 down both my Astarion rolls.
I know, that was crazy.
I cannot. I am the last of us left to do the rites. I must do the rites. Pass then, and do not come back. This is Sarin's final resting place and a killing ground for all who come to disturb her.
Okay.
Down there. Wizard called it.
Well, like, how was it me? Like, I wasn't even the closest one to him physically.
Who knows, man?
He's like
it
over
decides.
here.
Tastes great.
That's crazy.
Decides randomly who's gonna do things. Hello. What up, greaseball?
Wow.
Wow.
Should you can't just call it greaseball?
Well, I'm gonna call him whatever the fuck I want.
Something.
I'm not a loose stone.
That's curious.
What's curious? Another loose stone? Oh my god. Oh.
That might be worth a look.
Another
loose stone? Holy shit.
How are
Alright.
people finding all of these loose stones here to be able to hide stuff into them?
Probably prying them up. They're like, I need to hide some shit.
Okay, well, I failed perceiving. Oh,
I got it. Okay. Is another loose stone? Ooh, do you want cloud kill?
Sure.
I'm just gonna give it to you.
There's so many different ways to go down here in the Swaz.
The Swaz.
The Swaz.
Wow. There's a lot of shit to look at. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think we should go this way next. Yeah, that way, the way you're going.
Okay.
Water looks tainted. Better to
Tainted.
avoid it.
Hold on, what is this? Cost wait, get back up, get back up, get back up, get back up, get back up. I'm gonna light it on fire.
Yo. Okay. Nice.
Okay.
Ignis.
Exactly. Oh, peeps. I see peeps. Do you see peeps? Oh, you're talking to peeps.
Better to avoid it.
Diversion. Oh, we're fighting.
peeps. Okay.
Oh, we're fighting.
Oh, we're fighting. Always be
They've all
fighting.
got an
ABF.
aura of murder.
ABF.
Always be fighting.
Always be fighting.
Listen,
bitch.
ABFB. Always be fighting bitches.
Feculent beast.
Feculent beast.
Feculent. Really? Ow. Double charmed. You whore.
Let's go.
Oh.
what now? At the ready.
At the ready.
At the ready.
Imperial.
Right. I'll just go here.
Sorry.
It's fine. Oh, you're stoppable now, bitch. Because why not? Seriously?
You broke
You
my
bombed
concentration.
You whore! Fuck this bitch.
Bitch.
Over here! Your father floundered.
It's like the Twitch. You little shit. This bitch.
A better position.
Murder.
Carly's gonna be so is he. There we go.
Oh, apparently my stream did the thing again. Didn't realize it.
Oh, I didn't even see either. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'd say I refreshed my stream, but nobody's in it, so it's fine.
Probably because it went down for a second. Refresh, people with flesh.
Because I said so.
Conjure murder of crows. Sure.
Sometimes you just gotta.
Caw. Caw, bitch. Caw, bitch.
Caw, bitch.
Caw, bitch.
Caw, motherfucker. Ah.
Refreshing.
Mm-hmm. Ah! Where you going? Where are you going? That can't be the fastest way.
No, they are so dumb. The way that they go and loop around, it's so funny in this part.
Ow. You blinded me?
Blinded by the crow. Schnitzel! I'll schnitzel your spitzel.
I'll schnitz your still.
Schnitz your spitzel.
Like, you can fly. Why not just fly?
You can fly, you can fly, you can fly. And I missed. I'm gonna bite this crow.
I just leave me alone. Get charmed, bitch.
Momentum.
Was the schnitzel delicious? Schnitzel delicious. Hydrate.
Was your schnitzel delicious?
I'm
sorry,
hilarious.
I'm having a stroke currently.
Oh. Good schnitzel at Spätzle. Schnitzel special. Just fucking die. You're annoying. I need to reckless attack to try to hit this crow? Okay. Just push it. Schnitz and Spritz. Okay.
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way right now. Oh,
Stop.
Yeah, Azar'll just Just so you know, we have been not doing Ada tonight just because we're in a shared chat. But you can back to Ada tomorrow.
Your enthusiasm is noted.
I see you trying to heal everybody. Oh. It's okay. No, you're good. That's what I said. I'm gonna have to ban you. Okay. As I said, it's not a big deal. It's literally not a big deal. Everybody, there have been people all night coming in and like doing a quest because it's just like second nature at this point. So it's really not a big deal. Genuinely.
This is
Classic Azarl.
Classic.
Oh my gosh. Always causing problems.
Problems.
But yeah, it'll be back to normal tomorrow.
I just want to murder this bitch.
This guy. This guy. No, you're absolutely fine, by the way. You're absolutely fine.
Two hit points left.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, stop. Where are you going?
All the way around because it's faster, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Really is. It only makes sense. Her. Ah! I'm a bird. I'm a crow.
My nose is like running. Let it go and catch it.
Can I just...
Oh, that's you. I almost shot you.
They both saved? For fuck's sake! Okay, well... Why am I even here? I'll just dash again. Oh no, you got it. Just kidding.
I got 2 of them. There's still 1 left.
Why not? I dashed.
1 left. There's a new Reese's with marshmallow, and it's amazing.
I missed. That sounds honestly disgusting.
Oh my god.
No, I need my Reese's to be pure.
Alright, we need to rest. I literally have 0 spells.
Okay. Get fluffed? Bro, I'm trying. Oh my god. I don't know what it is about this game, and it just, my OBS does not like it. I don't know, my PC just hates it.
Have you tried not doing game capture?
Is there something you want to talk about, my dear?
I'm doing what instead?
Doing like window capture or display capture or whatever?
No, I have not considered that.
You might want to try that. Oh, there's nothing to talk about? Oh, okay.
If not over, then through.
Oh no, a vampire! Yeah, we just finished his quest. Like, finished his quest. It was very sad. I cried again.
Try the window capture and see if that works.
No, don't ever tell him that.
I should probably start getting used to the shadows
Put your
again.
shirt on, bro.
Who knows how long I have left in the sun?
Oh. Oh, it's a private moment.
Oh, here. Can you do it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. Doesn't mean it stings any less. Maybe never seeing the sun again is just the price of freedom.
I mean, kinda.
I think I do. Assuming we survive, of course, because a horrible death is always just around the corner with you. There's something I'd like to show you, if that's all right. Something out in the city.
Mm-hmm.
This way. It's not far.
Put your nips away? No.
The graveyard is appropriately silent. There isn't a proverbial soul around.
Nearly 200 years. And I never came back. Not since the night I woke up down there. I had to punch a hole in the coffin and claw my way through 6 feet of dirt. Then when I finally broke the surface, retching up dirt and congealed blood, Cazador was waiting. From that day on, I was his. Until today. Maybe. But he did take it. There's almost nothing left of the person I was. Just a name on a rock. For nearly 2 centuries, I stalked the streets like a ghost. Well, the person I was lay here. Dead and buried. Now I need to figure out who I am. What I want. I feel the same. You were by my side through all of this. Through bloodlust and pain and misery. You were patient. You cared. You trusted me when that was an objectively stupid thing to do. I feel safe with you. Seen. And whatever the future holds for me, I don't want to lose that. Thank you. Well, I should probably fix this.
Well.
Cute. I've been dead in the ground for long enough. It's time to try living again.
It's
with
horrible.
Everything that life has to offer. Of course. That would mean a lot.
Just go sleep in the dirt.
We could have made out, but I was mature about it.
Sometimes you just gotta make out in the dirt. I'm just saying.
I love him so much.
Okay. I guess back to the stewards.
Yeah.
Just chilling on this pipe.
And just trying to get some pipe.
Hey, yo.
There you go.
Doesn't everybody want to make out in a graveyard?
Something over there.
No, you can
Give it a shot.
You can just take that differently. Like, instead of being like a cute understanding moment of just like mourning his past life, you can be like, I'm gonna be
Hey, let's
with you
make out.
forever. No, you can just make it more romantic than that.
I know. Excuse me. Window capture, I'm still dropping frames. You don't know what it is.
You have this game capped at like 60?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, we tried that last time. I don't know. It's what's crazy, it just kind of started doing this like not super long ago. Because it did the same thing with Ghost.
Huh.
When I was doing the last stream of it. I kept dropping.
Lockpicking impossible. Yeah, we have to solve this puzzle, but I do not remember how to solve it. I think
Okay.
we have to get both of the meters in the green. I know that, but like,
Okay.
I don't remember.
All right, Karlak, you're strong.
Alexa, stop.
Stuck.
Oh. That can't be right.
Well, the temperature just went up. Okay, that one's good. So now we have to get the water pressure up somehow? Oh, now it's too hot. Oh.
Oh. Sound encouraging.
Can I? Won't budge.
I think I have to do the
Cool.
emergency release valve over here. Oh, okay, so everything's close.
Oh, the water level's good now.
Won't budge.
Oh, okay, everything's done.
Okay, let's try temperature increase. Water level increase.
What a day.
Water level
Seems to be
rising.
All right. What now?
Perfect water level. I don't understand why
Okay,
you
so
shouting
now
is
release for like a second, right?
Oh.
It just needs to cool for like a second. can't press the release. Oh, it's open.
Oh.
It opened.
Nice.
Okay, on 3. 1.
Ooh, you're trying to type louder so Alexa hears you? Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah. Of course.
That's how things work.
What now?
At least things have
Mind
stayed
my
interesting.
step. This is
What
fun
is
and
Astarion
cute.
doing? He's not walking. He's just like standing.
Over here.
Let's get going.
You're gonna go ahead?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I was waiting for... Oh, okay.
I don't understand why Astarion is like acting like he's not in the group.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay. You can... Oh, that's Astarion.
Yeah.
Why was it red?
I don't know.
Well, sorry. My bad. I'm just apparently an idiot right now. There you go. Got mocked.
Something is not right now. Like,
general?
Astarion is just like, yes, like...
Yeah, why is he not in initiative?
There we go.
He's literally right here.
I don't know what to do here. Okay, there we go. At least I'm like in fucking initiative now.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
That's good. No, Astarion still isn't.
Astarion's at camp.
Oh.
Because I was trying to get him out of everything.
Get iced up, bitch. Oh, fuck this guy.
There we go. Now he's in initiative.
Can I stab him? Yes, I can. Oh, you? I like how, like, concentration saving throw successful. He's dead.
But he's still really good at concentrating.
We're so proud of him, honestly.
Is she a dreamer? I'm not really sure. She doesn't really do much when she sleeps.
She's sweeping. He fell down. Don't. Oh my god, food smells so good. Get him.
Oh. Dead.
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 Daredevil proximity.
Proximities.
Proximity. Where are all of my arrows? Oh, that's a... Oh, that's not a an area of effect kind. Ooh, that could be fun though, actually. Got him. Get mocked, bitch. Get mocked, bitch. Ow. Rude. Don't throw shit at me. Ow! This fucker right here.
What? You were not even in the fucking circle.
Probably because I went in to attack at the same time. It's okay.
I actually don't even think it was that. I think the area around it just froze.
I can't even see you to mock you. Well, shit.
Pay attention.
Yeah, that's fine. Coming out! Throw shit at me. Oh, I got stunned. Oh, that's bad. I made a mistake.
Like a little person.
Another step forward.
She's like a little blueberry. Is what she
Spill some blood. Yes, here.
Run up and murder. Oh.
I moved
She
him,
moved.
sorry.
This bitch, am I right?
Yeah. You right.
Open up. Another step forward.
I mean, that's a completely different spell, but...
A whole chicken? I'll take it.
I like chicken. Oh, sorry.
I'll take that.
He could have had it all!
Look at all those chickens indeed.
I have the same sound. I assume.
Yeah. Look at all those chickens.
Look at all those chickens. Ew, that was a gross sound. Didn't like that. Fruit! Don't worry, guys. I have an apple.
And apple.
And apple. painting. I'll take that.
He's getting out of them. They do not get much use. It's true. They do not.
The sound effects?
Yeah.
Yes. You right.
The one thing I have to remember to do, which I keep forgetting to do, is put them on the same audio track as Spotify so that they don't come on the VOD.
Yeah, forget the next couple lines.
I keep forgetting.
There are traps about.
Secret tunnel through the mountains. Secret, secret tunnel.
Don't loot before you get this.
Huh?
Before you get this trap, so because nobody can move.
Oh, I didn't see there was a trap.
It's like nobody move.
My bad.
Thanks.
Yeah. Like, don't loot. I'm like, I've been looting.
Red light. Exactly. I was like, wait, nobody move. And not only was it trapped, but there was barrels of wine. So if the trap had gone off, it was just gonna explode everything.
Yeah.
Something over there.
What?
Yeah, there's a trap here. Oh, wait! Stand on one.
Why?
And you stand on the other, and I'll stand on the other. Did it unlock something?
I don't know. It clicked. But I don't know what for.
It may have been if you came from this way.
Flowers are so overrated. They're bright, gaudy, and almost never make good poisons.
These tools.
Each their
Hold
own, I
on.
suppose. Although I am right.
Take that.
If we'd only pushed through.
Where'd you go?
I went outside the door.
Oh.
But I have not moved. Yeah, there we go.
Fell down the stairs and split a chin.
I felt horrible about that one. Could barely sleep for a 10-day.
Just Thieverian.
No, they don't need them. I'm a serial looter. Listen, if it is not red, it's fine to take.
It's fair game.
So our
That's the
vamp isn't
rules.
so heartless after all.
Rich of you to talk about someone else's heart, Karlak.
Wow. Rude.
But I must admit, my chest has been feeling a touch lighter recently.
Citizen.
It suits you beautifully.
Aww, besties!
Cute! You're
See,
on
I
breaks.
love the not like cutscene conversations. Like I love like the little banter.
Yeah.
What the hell is falling? What is falling? What? You don't bother with the cheapo items? Yeah, but you can run out of money in Act 3 if you don't pick up shit. Because they patched a lot of the looting shit. Oh, this quest. Okay.
Hello? This is spoopy. Why?
Because the environment is throwing chairs and shit at us.
Oh, sure. That makes sense. Stop. Stop. Don't.
Don't.
That's curious.
Don't. Oh, that's the doors. Nope, that's the doors.
What? What? Stop. Ah! I'm looting.
Hello? There's nobody here.
Oh, there are people here.
What do you mean?
Oh, can we
Ooh,
lockpick? Do you have a lockpick? Do I have a lockpick?
I can lockpick? Okay.
I just like, okay, here, come down here then. I cancel.
No, it's fine.
No, it's just sometimes it's faster than just like figuring out where you are, how to get here.
I'm literally right behind you.
How to get here? How could you possibly ever find your way here? I'm so far away. You'll never be able to get here.
Well, if you didn't abandon me all over the place, then I'd be right next to you all of the time.
I can't believe you would say such a thing about me.
I did. I said it. What are you gonna do about it?
Cry.
Oh, that tracks.
That tracks? Wow.
That
wow.
Okay, that's not what I meant. I meant that me doing something like that would be worth crying over. Shit.
Shit.
Oh, there's nothing here.
Boom, baby.
What do you mean? There's plenty of chat to go around. Don't lie.
I don't think I'm the drama. Maybe I am. Am I the villain? I don't think I'm the villain.
Thank you for the hydrate, YT.
Listen, house. Stop throwing shit at me. I'm getting pretty damn tired of this shit.
Oh, now you're doing a stretch? Okay. Stop!
The fucking house is literally throwing shit at me right now.
Stop hurting me! Oh! I got fucked, bro. Can I take it? Cannot be added to inventory. Okay, house, stop! Oh my god, I'm gonna die. This fucking house is gonna kill me.
Better than nothing.
Oscar, if you're still in there, listen to my voice.
Oscar?
Please let me help you.
All I hear is the grunting of a
Ew.
swine. Come closer so I can rip out your filthy tongue.
Stop this. I love you, Oscar. And I know you love me.
It's your gold I love, hogwife. But all the riches in Faerun would
Fuck
not be
this
enough to make a
asshole.
life with you worth living.
Oh, gods aid me. He does not mean the things he says. You help subdue him, but be
No. I'm just gonna okay. What am I fighting?
The poltergeists.
What poltergeist? What am I fighting? I'm so confused. There's nothing here. Can I? Cool.
Okay. I figured it out.
Maybe. Oh, you found a person to fight.
Yeah, so there's cursed skulls in the house.
Deep and
And if you break
I
the
saw
skulls.
one.
Yeah, break the skulls.
Okay. Got it. Cool. Didn't do enough damage.
You don't think she looks that bad? So this is actually something that we could have done. We could have done this differently in Act 1, but we did not, which is fine. I actually didn't find this quest until like the third or fourth playthrough.
Now is your last chance to run.
Don't be like that, darling.
Don't be like that. Stop
So there's one in
hurting
front
me.
of you, so you got one now too in front of you.
You have the courage to stay. Help me. But
Ow.
be careful. I can't stand to lose him.
Okay, Karlak, can you just smash this bitch?
still breathing, despite everything. Can't slow down.
Bonus action dash. Attack.
Okay. No, I didn't.
Withering touch.
Please, this isn't his fault. Help me subdue him.
Quiet, woman. I'll scratch out your eyes.
So my guess is we have to kill him with non-lethal. Or knock him out with non-lethal. I mean.
Go here. Attack this. Why am I going all the fucking way around? Oh. No, I have to. Okay. Today's the day. What? What the? Stop! Jesus Christ. Where is my non-lethal?
Passives.
Thank you. Why can I not hit him?
I don't know.
I'm about to fucking lose my shit. Okay.
Oscar, my sweet love.
I selected non-lethal.
What have you done to him? Get out!
I selected non-lethal. Are you fucking shitting me right now? I'm angry.
Okay, so I figured out what happened.
What happened?
I put non-lethal on, and it put it on for everybody, and then you went in and turned it off.
Cool.
It's fine. It's not the end. This quest is literally not important to anything. But it's just kind of
yeah, but I'm mad about it.
I agree. I understand, but I was like, I don't like what just happened here, and I like looked through, and then I turned non-lethal on, and it turned it on for all 4 of us.
Why would it do that though?
I don't know.
That's
because
fucking
we're not
stupid.
grouped. That's why I was like, that doesn't make sense. But
whatever. YT, thank you so much for that gift sub. That's very kind of you.
it still isn't a happy ending anyway. You find out that he had a mistress, and she's haunting a painting, and she's the one who has like possessed him, and so you find the painting of the mistress, and you like set her ghost free and shit, and it's fucked up. Yeah, so it's like not a happy ending anyway.
Yeah, that's dumb.
But
Fuck
the
this
funny
man.
thing is I don't know if you remember this, but when we found that the basement of like a bunch of like traders and stuff, and there was the painter that he was like, "Can you buy my freedom?" or whatever. That's that painter. So you can commission a painting from him in Act 1, and in Act 3, he'll give it to you if you finish this quest properly.
Interesting.
Yeah. I may or may not have posted nude for that one as well. But it doesn't matter because that one just comes out as your character portrait no matter what.
That's fun though. Well, no one's here to see me loot their house, so fuck these people. Fuck this house.
Fuck this lady's house.
Sepulchral beckoning from beyond the veil. His ears could just be curved.
Fuck the whole house. Time is it? 10:30. Oh, I'm not gonna combine a bunch of shit. That feels like a lot of work.
Greetings.
I'm just gonna steal all these paintings. And
I'm
this...
sure it's fine.
I'm just gonna steal the blank canvases. Who cares? Are they all
He's
red?
dead.
Sure.
He's not using them. He's dead.
He's totes dead. Why are you going around the table? Whatever. Wooden wall. Lockpick. Who gives a shit? Lockpicker? Ooh, what's all this then? Wow.
Stop a moment. Right. You look harmless enough. The commander keeps an open house, so you may pass.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm not a centipede. I'm a guard.
I said sentinel, but sure.
Wow, this child is stupid.
What a fucking idiot.
Well, the mother knows.
Oh, okay. This is a side quest for a companion. I will come back. I'm just looking for shops. I'm sorry. Just trying to shop. I'm sorry.
So much of use.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
We're just out here looting. Don't even worry about it.
Do you not have a, you don't trade? You're not a trade? Okay. You seem like you should be a trade.
Trader. Send to Agnes. Got a spell for you.
A spell? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Send to Agnes. Send all this shit to Agnes. She's gonna love it.
She's gonna love it. Oh my god.
I'm glad your case
hey,
has
you.
set us
You didn't need a trade.
naturally at the Underdark.
Oh,
provided
okay.
us with
Holy
some
shit.
most unusual salvage. Plenty to keep an
Excuse
inquiring
me, I would like to
busy.
put this shit away.
Oh, so he's got everything still from before. What boots do you have on personally?
Disintegrating Nightwalkers.
Oh, that gives you Misty Step, that's right. Because there are these boots, the boots of Geno Striding, where you don't get impeded by difficult terrain, which is nice because I have the ice.
Leave this house. Ugh. I'm so fucking tired.
Call it.
It might be right about that time.
Yeah, we can call it. If you are EP.
So EP. I don't know why I didn't wake up until like 9:30 this morning, but I think it's just EEP in general. The general EEP.
The general EPs, yeah. That'll do it for sure.
But where are you? Let me meet back up with you though.
Oh, I literally am just shopping. Like, I'm not doing anything of import.
Yeah. But it just means when we leave for camp and then come back, we'll have come back
true.
to different.
Here, I'll come like and I'll just go right outside this building. I'm going right outside this fountain right here.
Fountain. Okay. Got it, got it, got it.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Jolly good, jolly good.
Righto.
Does anyone want to camp? No one wants to speak? Alright, guess we'll go to sleep.
They're like, no, it's EP time.
No talking? Except for Will, but we don't care.
I don't give a fuck about what he has to say.
We don't care about Will.
We don't care about Will. No.
No.
No,
Will.
no.
Not really.
I mean, kinda.
All right, bestie. We're getting
Okay,
close.
bestie. We are. This is crazy. How many more streams do you think?
All right, so we have the rest of Shadow Hearts. We have the rest of Will's kind of ish.
You said there was Gale had a quest too.
Gale has his quest to do. We have Orin, we have Gortash. We have the thing with that lady that we got at the devilisk, whatever. We have her thing. We have quite a few things to do. We might still have another month or so. I mean, just doing once a week. We might have a couple streams still.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby, indeed.
Not too shabby at all.
Yeah. All right, bestie. I don't know if I'm going to raid out. If I'm being honest, there's not.
I'm not gonna.
Yeah. Okay. So then let's not. Let's not together. In solidarity together.
In solidarity.
In solidarity. All right, bestie. I'm gonna say goodbye to my peeps.
Okay.
And I'll talk to you later.
Love
Okay. I
you.
love
Okay,
you.
goodbye.
Okay. Bye. All right, guys. Tomorrow I'm hoping to. Excuse me. Tomorrow I'm hoping to finish another Crab's Treasure. And then next week, whether you guys like it or not, next week we're playing Resident Evil. We're playing Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, and Resident Evil 4. And then maybe some other Resident Evils. But we're playing 2, 3, and 4 next week. At least. At least on a minimum, we're playing Resident Evil 2, 3, and 4 next week. And then maybe we'll play some others. But yeah, so tomorrow we're finishing Crab. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Hopefully, fingers crossed we're finishing Crab. And then starting next week, we're gonna play some Resident Evil. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you all have a good night. Hope you all have a good sleepies, all that jazz, all that yada yada yada. And yeah, good night, good night, good night, good night, goodbye, good night, goodbye.